everyone. We're ready to commence the live stream, and so I would now like to open the meeting. I advise all present that an audio-visual recording is being made of this meeting, which is being recorded and live streamed to the community via the City of Hobart YouTube channel. All persons attending the meeting are to be respectful of and considerate towards other persons attending the meeting. Language and conduct at the meeting that could be perceived as offensive, defamatory or threatening to a person attending the meeting or listening to the recording is not acceptable. For the purposes of the recording, elected members should wait for the chairperson to announce them before speaking, and I request that all mobile devices be either turned off or put to silent. I note that all of our elected members are present here today. CEO, do we have an apology?
No apologies.
No apologies, and leave of absence?
The Lord Mayor.
The Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. I'd now like to commence by an acknowledgement to country. I would like to acknowledge the deep history and the culture of this place, and I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land upon which the City of Hobart was built. I would also like to just read you something from the Anzac Tasmania centenary from researcher Andrea Gerard, and she writes, "It is possible the first Aboriginal officer in Australia might have been Lieutenant Alfred Herbst, who served in the 12th Battalion and fought at Gallipoli. Lieutenant Herbst died at Mowat Farm. She said, one motivation may have been for him to go is unlike in civilian life, there was equality. Pay was the same as non-Aborigines." I would also like to note something that has been stated on the Australian Government Department of Veteran Affairs. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples have served Australia in wars, conflicts and peacekeeping operations, even when the laws of the time meant that they were not officially allowed to enlist. At the time of the Second World War, Indigenous Australians experienced discrimination and racial prejudice. Despite this, around 3,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander men and women are known to have served in Australia, overseas and during the war. I'd now like to have somebody please confirm the minutes. Could I have somebody move? Thank you, Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Thank you. I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Now move on to transfer of agenda items. Are there any items that elected members would like to propose to transfer? Being none, I'll move on to communications from the Chair. I have no communications. Notification of council workshops. The first one was on the 13th. Is it the 13th? 13th of April, the Crowther Interpreted Stage 4 update, City Hall activation and City of Hobart Charitable Trust, as well as the Cat Management in Tasmania discussion paper. We also had another workshop on the 20th of April, the Waste Management Strategy Implementation Plan. That was just a progress update. I'd like to note that Councillor Posselt has now arrived, thank you. The consultation for Lupa, preventing delays, and the consultation of the draft land use planning approvals, as well as a memorandum of understanding around Macquarie Point precinct. Now we'll move into question time. CEO, are there any questions?
There's three that we've received on acting Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. So we've received three. If I can just first of all do the three that we've received, and I'd just like to let you know that you'll have, as per our policy, you'll have 30 seconds for your preamble, and then you'll have 60 seconds to ask your question. Now, the three people are Andrew Wilson, Kirsten Hewitt, and Tracy Withers. So if I could please ask Andrew Wilson to come forward to the mic. And the mic is just over there. Okay, we'll move on to Kirsten Hewitt. Is Kirsten here? No? And the final one is Tracy Withers. Is Tracy here? Hey Tracy, how are you? Thank you very much. Just once again, you'll have 30 seconds for your preamble and then 60 seconds to ask your question.
I've never done this before, so.
That's okay, take your time.
Okay, so my name's Tracy Withers. I'm a resident of Wentworth Street in South Hobart. I live very close to the cul-de-sac and to Lower Wellesley Park. I've lived there for over 25 years. I'm also a volunteer wildlife rescuer from Bonnarong. I've been doing that for nearly 3 years now, quite substantially. And one of the main things about Lower Wellesley Park that I've been observing over the years is the wildlife. And I'm really, really keen to think that the wildlife that has just grown and developed along with the bush care program there, as they've reintroduced native plants and trees and the like, we've seen a growth in wildlife. So my question is in relation to the off-lead fenced dog park in Lower fenced off dog, whatever you want to call it, area in Lower Wellesley. I want to know if council have done any formal assessments about the numbers and types of wildlife that actually exist in that park and have grown over the years, and including the potential impact of increased numbers of dogs in the area and a fenced area. And if they have done it, an assessment, is it possible to see that report or whatever, and if not, do they plan to, and why not, and do they plan to?
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question, Tracy. So we've got a response here, which I'll read for you, and then it will be sent out to you after the meeting. So the City has not undertaken a recent formal survey specifically to quantify the type and number of wildlife in Lower Wellesley Park. Instead, Council's understanding of wildlife presence and habitat use is informed by the existing data sources, primarily the Tasmanian Natural Values Atlas, the NVA. So this database contains a comprehensive range of species records collected over time by the city, state agencies, researchers and community contributors, and provides a reliable picture of wildlife known to occur in the area. So records from any previous surveys undertaken in or near the park are captured within the atlas, and this information is publicly available now. So a new site-specific wildlife survey was not undertaken as part of the project because the existing data provides a sufficient and appropriate basis to inform the planning and the decision-making for what is a well-used urban reserve. So again, thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Tracy, and a written response will be sent out to you as well. Thank you. Was there any further questions from the gallery? Mr. Merridew. Again, 30 seconds for your preamble and 60 seconds to ask a question, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. How long did you say for the preamble?
30 seconds.
Right. I understand from a City Council report on the utilisation of the City Hall is considering moving the ARC facility, which Council expects to return about $165,000 a year by more effectively renting parts of the City Hall. This amenity, purpose-built amenity, provides a much valued support to difficult youth of the city, an area of great concern to the businesses, the police, and of course yourselves. On the other hand, it would appear that the Council may have spent up to, say, $1 million on assessing the Collins Street bicycle track, and I understand that e-bikes are now about $10,000. If to say that $1 million in the Council's budget of $125 million a year turnover, this must be the $165,000 a year, is providing an unmeasurable benefit for the city and should not be deleted from the Council's activities for supporting youth in this city. That's my first question.
Mr. Merridew, thank you so much. I'd just like to also clarify for you that we are not able to take questions.
Say again, please.
We're not able to take questions that relate to a matter on the agenda, and it appears you seem to be talking about City Hall and YARC, so that is a matter that is on the agenda tonight, and so we're not able to take that question.
Thank you. Are you prepared to take that as a statement?
happy to take it as a statement.
You have, thank you. Now, the second question, I don't know whether it's before the council or not tonight, but there's a lot of talk in the press about the council's continuing process about Airbnb operations in what are deemed private homes. Perhaps the council alderman sitting here tonight could stand up and say they have never stayed in an Airbnb anywhere. Those who could qualify for that and are committed to debate this, please stand. Or indicate that you have done that or have not done it. I presume you've all stayed in an Airbnb?
Mr Merridew, once again, your question relates to fees and charges relating to an item that is on the agenda, and so unfortunately I can't take that question either. I'll accept it as a statement.
Thank you. Take that as a comment. Are e-scooters, e-bicycles on the agenda tonight?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I just want to alert the council to a report run by the Commonwealth Government back in October last year. Basically says you cannot get public liability insurance for electrically assisted bicycles anywhere in Australia. So I do hope that the council are aware of that if they embark on the process of e-bicycles, that there is no public liability insurance available. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Merridew, appreciate it. And now I'd like to move on to item 6.2, which is responses to public questions taken on notice. Which is the ones that are present there from 6.2.1. Can I have somebody move and second that, please? Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Number 7, we will now have a seconded move. Vote. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Number 7, we'll move on to deputations, and I understand we have a deputation from Amanda. Amanda, you'll have 3 minutes to address the council, and a warning bell will sound when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Sinclair and this is Lucy Music, and we are South Hobart residents in the Wellesley Park area. We are here to share how Lower Wellesley Park is currently used by our community, concerns regarding the decision-making process for the proposed fenced dog exercise area, and to request an alternative way forward. This space is so much more than an empty patch of grass awaiting a new purpose. It is a cherished gathering place for local residents that supports many activities: picnics, learning to ride a bike, birthday parties, vibrant community events such as Sweet Beats on My Street. It is especially valuable for ball games when Upper Wellesley Oval is being used for formal games or training. Dogs pass through for off-lead play, and because the space is unfenced, this use is shared fluidly with others rather than excluding other uses for a single purpose. The relatively low density of dogs also supports local wildlife, including the threatened eastern barred bandicoot. There are significant concerns in our neighbourhood about the level of community consultation on the decision to build a dog fence. Many residents who are not dog owners engaged through the Your Say Hobart fence design consultation, but were completely unaware that the actual decision to implement the fence was being made through changes to the dog management policy. For non-dog owners and anyone not following the Darcy Street recreation ground developments closely, we think it was unreasonable to expect them to find information about a substantive change to their local park within such a specific and niche policy change. If a decision-making process directly involving the variety of community members who use and care about Lower Wellesley Park showed that most of this community supports a dog fence, then we would respect that outcome as the will of the majority. At present, however, that has not been established. After speaking with our community, we can share that user groups who would like to be directly consulted on the development of Lower Wellesley Park include South Hobart residents from Wentworth, Wellesley and Ingram Streets, which feed into the park, South Hobart families with young children who use the playground, the South Hobart Sustainable Community Group who assist with community events at Lower Wellesley and support the nearby community garden, and the South Hobart Progress Association who represent the broader South Hobart community. Consequently, we ask that Council defer implementation of the Lower Wellesley dog fence and undertake a higher level of public participation to determine whether the fence is wanted at all, including direct consultation with the aforementioned user groups. Given the scale and permanence of this change to a shared public space, we suggest it requires Level 3 involvement as per the City of Hobart Community Engagement Framework. We hope that you, our City of Hobart councillors, will grant this request now having heard of the significance of Lower Wellesley Park as a well-used, deeply valued shared space at the heart of our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so that's to be received and noted. Can I have somebody move that? Seconded, moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All of those in favour, say aye. Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Number 8 is consideration of supplementary items. Are there any? Being none, we will move to number 9, indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Do any elected members wish to indicate an interest?
Yes, Chair. Item 23.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott. Item 23. Okay. Being no more, we'll move on to number 10, petitions. We have received one petition which has been included in the agenda, which is 10.1, tabling of a petition which is Keep Green Spaces in South Hobart shared for all community members. Can I have somebody move and second that, please? Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, yes.
Just a question, Chair.
Yes, sure.
Sorry about that. There are 2 questions, in fact, just for clarification. Question number 1. In the report by staff, it states on 3.1 that there are 868 signatures, and therefore it does not comply with the provisions of Section 59 of the Local Government Act. My question for clarification is, once they are able to add another 142 or whatever is required, will that still continue? Is it still alive, or a separate submission petition has to be made for another 1,000 signatures? That's question one.
See you.
And question number 2, on 3.8, page number 30, and I read, there is no intention to create a separate South Hobart strategic plan. Now, is there an intention to create a South Hobart neighbourhood plan? Thank you.
Thank you. See you. Zabi, thank you.
Through you, Chair, there is no intention at the moment to create a separate South Hobart neighbourhood plan.
And CEO will answer the first question.
So just in respect to the continuation of the petition, so for all intents and purposes, the petition is tabled tonight, which would conclude it. I mean, so it would need to be another petition, I would think. But again, I will take further advice on that, but that would be my understanding.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Lohberger.
I just had a comment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Chair, I just wanted to welcome the petition and to thank those who've tabled it and also everybody who took the time to sign it. I do support many, but not all, of the petitioner's desires, and I think it's a pretty good effort. It's a big petition, and I just wanted to say thank you to those people who made that effort.
Thank you. I'll now put that. We have mover and a seconder, so I'll move that. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And we will now move to officer reports. Item number 11, shared micromobility program. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved by Councillor Kitsos, seconded by Councillor Posselt. And I'll open that up for discussion. Is there any comments?
Just have a couple of questions, please. Where can e-scooters currently lawfully be ridden? In which areas? Footpaths, but what roads can e-scooters be lawfully ridden on at the moment?
Ms Abbey.
Through your Chair.
e-scooters can be ridden on roads with speed limits of 50 kilometres or less, and they have no marked dividing line or with no marked lane lines in the case of a one-way road.
Okay, right. So they can't be ridden on the bike lanes on Argyle and Campbell or Collins Street, is that correct?
Through Chair, that's correct to say that our understanding of legislation is that across the city, no scooters can be ridden in any bike lanes.
Thank you.
Why did the council promote the use of e-scooters in the bike lanes if it's unlawful?
Ms Amy?
Through Chair, I wasn't involved in the process at that stage, but as I understand it, that was due to a misunderstanding of the legislation. There is alternate interpretations of the legislation, and we have sought feedback from the Transport Commission on the interpretation. I have literally a few moments ago received an email back from the Transport Commission on that issue, but I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
Okay. And one final question. Based on the stats we've got around Collins Street, for example, what percentage of users were using a e-scooter unlawfully on the Collins Street bike lanes?
Ms Amy?
Through your Chair, I don't have statistics on the number of people using scooters as part of that trial to hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Yes, Councillor Elliott?
Yes, thank you. I won't be supporting the move to e-scooters alone, but as you can tell from my questions, I think it's really quite embarrassing that the council went to years and years of active promotion of e-scooters, installing all the bike lanes, saying how fabulous they'll be for bike riders and e-scooter riders, and publishing in our transport strategy pictures of people on e-scooters using them what turns out to be illegally. I mean, surely that just reeks of gross incompetence all round, to be honest. I mean, it's fundamental 101 that before you're going to do something, you make sure it's legal. We actively have promoted people getting on hire e-scooters, putting out messages to the community and say, hey, we put these bike lanes in for you, go and enjoy these fabulous micromobility issues. And then 2 or 3 years later, oh, we've just realised they're actually unsafe and the data supports they're unsafe, something which I was talking about for years. So I just think we need to take this as a big learning experience, I guess we could call it, that this is what happens when ideology gets in the way of actual detail. So next time we think, oh, here's this new fancy shiny thing that's going to save the climate and it's going to be so fabulous, no one will need to drive. When it turns out, in reality, what this council did was encourage people to do unlawful activity and then very slowly, late off the mark, realise how unsafe it was. So what a real dog's breakfast. I think that's highly embarrassing and I hope we learn from it.
Any further comments?
Yeah.
Alderman Zuko?
I think a few people might have read my letter to the editor. It's ironic, isn't it, that when this first came to council in December, some 6 years ago, 5 years ago, there was a report that said that Singapore had banned the use of e-scooters on footpaths 2 years prior for safety concerns. And if anyone wants to Google Singapore, you actually can read the whole report they put up at that time. There was also a letter from Tasmania Police advising this council the concerns they raised. But yet we went ahead where cities around the world were actually starting to ban them. We started the process of a trial for 12 months, but then after the trial we decided to give them the tick of approval. But it was already on the agenda that these things were dangerous prior to us approving them. Now we're going to go down this pathway here. I'll just let everyone know I'm going to be voting against this as well, because I think we need to, again, give some more thought to this, because we fail to understand that there are a lot of elderly people that walk our streets and walk our footpaths. We fail to grasp the factor that these people feel unsafe on the footpaths, feel unsafe crossing the road, and have been for quite a period of time. And what we're going to do now is going to put an e-bike on there. If someone comes past, and mind you, I've had some close calls. If we're going to go down this path, well, we need to, as far as I'm concerned, at least have a registration plate to the front, to the back, so when they do have near misses, when there is somebody riding them without a helmet that I constantly see on the e-scooters, someone can take a snap of that bike, because I remember contacting one of the companies and they said, oh, we can't trace that bike. I said, well, it just went down the road in North Hobart about 1 minute ago. I said, so surely you can trace the bike, the e-scooter. Look, this is ideology gone mad. And now we're going from one unsafe situation to another unsafe situation. Now, I think if we did some research in Brisbane, there were also issues with e-bikes in regards to Brisbane, and in particular, being thrown into the river. So, I think what we need to do is contract a fishing company so we can fish them out of the Derwent when they get thrown into the Derwent. Look, you know, I travel, I just come back from Melbourne. I took trains, trams, and got around the city of Melbourne and the outskirts quite easy. That's our biggest problem in Hobart, is we haven't got good quality public transport. I think we all know that. But putting e-bikes out there, and especially those people that really don't care that as an elderly person walking down the street with a walking stick or trying to walk across the road, and they just don't give a damn about those people. I think a lot of people need to speak to COTA and find out the issues that they have and the issues that they've brought to the attention of this council that we fail to acknowledge. I'm not going to support this. And again, I'm going to repeat. When e-bikes come to this council, I was the only one to vote against them on the basis of safety. And then a couple of years later, when we decided to implement them permanently, there were 2 other elected members that went down that pathway. So I think we need to really seriously consider what we're doing here.
Any further comments, Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor, Acting Lord Mayor. It's interesting what ideology is, and the interpretation I've taken from a couple of comments so far is climate change. That was one of the factors that influenced me on encouraging alternatives with electric scooters and electric bikes. So that's not ideology, that's just fact that climate change is a serious issue. Traffic congestion, not ideology, it's fact, serious issue. Sustainable transport options, which is what we've had on the books for a long time, and we've just signed off another transport strategy. When did we do that? How many meetings ago?
Through Chair, you're referring to the overall transport
Yeah,
strategy? That's 2024.
Okay. So we've got all these policies and strategies, climate strategy, transport strategy. So we're trying things that support those strategies. We're not doing it blindly. We do look at research. Council officers are not ideological in their decisions that they pass on to us. We're not ideological. We're just trying different ways. And it'd be much easier if we did nothing. If we just sat here, collected our fees, didn't discuss too much, but when we don't like something, we call it ideological. And part of the thing that I've always respected in council is respecting decisions that have been made by the majority and not constantly trying to undermine and revisit them. Now, we've matured a lot with the scooters, the e-scooters, electric e-scooters. We now understand them much more, but we did socialise a lot of the content of this with the public around the importance of an alternative way of getting around. So E-scooters was a success. We've now had enough of it, to be honest. So it did do its job. It did encourage people to think about how they get around. Very happy with that. It wasn't ideological. That's just nonsense to accuse everything we do of ideology. The green mind woke, virus and all that sort of stuff. It's just garbage. But what we do here now is change the pattern. Let's move towards e-bikes, and hopefully people will respect riding e-bikes, and we won't need to employ a fishing company to drag them out of the river. I think there'll be much better respect for e-bikes. Hopefully that's the case. But there's also a surge in e-bike ownership at the moment because the fuel crisis that people are experiencing, the cost of living crisis that people are experiencing. So we should be encouraging people to think about how they can get around without having to fill up their tanks and drive their cars all the time. So we do need these options. So I support this motion to go out to tender for a new e-bike provider, and I'm happy to ditch the scooters, but there will still be hundreds of scooters in Hobart. Private scooter ownership has, I think, boomed as well as e-bike ownership. So I'm still supportive of all of that, and it's not some ideological thing that I'm working to. It's just supporting the strategic direction of council and councils all over the country.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you. Look, I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to point out two things. The reason why e-scooters are not allowed to ride in bike lanes is because the state government hasn't changed the rules to keep up with the times. It's clear that people want to ride their e-scooter. They value micromobility, and this has been shown through this program, whether it's privately owned micromobility or through these ride-share arrangements that we have, or scooters for hire, bikes for hire, until the state government steps up and changes the rules so that they make sense, so that what people are already doing is actually legal, there's nothing that this council can do. So I don't find it embarrassing. I find it embarrassing actually for the state government that they are actually so slow coming to the party on this. It's my understanding that right across Australia, the vast majority have made this change. So again, Tasmania's behind. And the comments made tonight in regards to putting number plates on e-scooters, e-bikes, is this all bikes, some bikes, only the ones that annoy us? Well, I hate to say it, but every time a car cuts me off, changes lanes in front of me, brakes in front of me, opens their car door in front of me, yells something out the window at me, I don't send their number plate to the police. Now, if I did, they'd need a special hotline just for cyclists who feel endangered several times when they ride through the city, despite the infrastructure that we're putting in place. So I think this is a great hypocrisy, and the motion tonight is good. I think this is where we're at. This is where the legislation has led us to be. It's a shame that we lose a whole form of micromobility that we can offer the people who come to visit this city. But I think it's a great thing that we're able to continue with the e-bike program, and potentially I'd like to see that expand as we grow through this journey that Councillor Harvey's just described with sustainable transport.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Has a question to the relevant officer. Has Council ever approached the state government to change rules and regulations pertaining to e-scooters?
Through you, Chair. We have raised our concerns with the state government on the some uncertainties in the interpretation of the legislation. We did that early this year, and I have received a response today. I haven't had a chance to read through that. The state government have indicated at officer level that they are likely going to wait for a broader national review of scooters and how they operate in our road network to take place at a national level, so that any approach they take would be consistent and informed by recent safety evidence.
So, thank you. So when was that, through you, Chair, when was that approach that the state government made?
Through you, Chair, earlier this year. We had a conversation and we have sent them correspondence.
Thank you. And just to be clear, through you, Chair, to the Director, we're not going down the road of something that's not 100% legal with the e-bikes that we're talking about doing, or the rental of that. We're in absolute clear territory without having to readjust a few years later.
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Bloomfield.
I just wanted to put a bit of balance to this because I personally own 2 e-scooters and I enjoyed using them until the day I discovered that I wasn't able to be using the bike lanes. And in particular, I think we forget that the reason why these have been pulled was because the issue of non-compliance. Non-compliance resulting from kids double dinking, the fact that they were kids and under 16, the fact that people weren't utilising the helmets that were supplied. Those were real issues of non-compliance. And not only were the people who maintained the licences not ensuring that this was going down correctly, but also the police were not particularly interested for quite some time in actually monitoring and enforcing as well. So it was quite a broad reason, I think, not just because of the issues with accidents and the rest of it. So I think if we looked at the broader picture, we'd understand that there was a broader issue and that these clearly were a problem in that. Hopefully the e-bikes themselves, people will be more compliant with actually wearing helmets, which I believe they do because people are used to actually riding with helmets. But I do think that the broader issues were in fact more to do with the reason.
Councillor Dutta.
Just a question for clarification to begin with, so that I get this very clear in my own mind. Was there a promotion unlawfully, as it were, promoted that the bike lanes be used by e-scooters? Is that correct?
Ms Avey.
Through you, Chair, the report to Council that supported or proposed the trial was at the end of December 2021, and that report is supported by an external consultant who refers to certain changes in the law and supports the trial taking place. So certainly no red flag for us at that point that scooters would not be legal, and we weren't anticipating these interpretation issues that have arisen since.
Thank you very much. Now, I just want to begin by making some observations and just make some points. Firstly, I would support and endorse the statements made by Councillor Harvey. You know, we have repeatedly in this chamber have been accused, as it were, of ideology. And again, it has no clarification, it has no extension of what that really means, but simply making that statement. If that was the case, then when this motion was put in here, as we have heard, there was, I don't know if there were 12 of us present, but if there were 12 of us present, 11 of us voted for it, and only 1 voted against it. Does that in any way suggest ideology? Because there are 11 of us, or 12 of us, who have different ideologies. And so therefore it does not fit that accusation that I repeatedly hear. Secondly, the observation I make here with regards to promoting unlawfully, it was a interpretation, and it wasn't an unlawful promotion. So I think we've got to be very careful as to how we promote this and how we go about saying things. And the third point, observation I make here in my introduction, is a point made by Alderman Bloomfield. And I think that is a very valid point to take into consideration. That we are aware of the fact that there was non-compliance, and therefore this is a better road to take. There are drivers who do things unlawfully. Do we shut them up? There are so many others who do these things unlawfully, and we know that they're driving on our roads. Therefore, we as a council have the power to do this, and we're taking this decision. So the 4 points that I want to make here are these. One, in 2019, it is my understanding that there was a community consultation. And it was through the community consultation that we then went to the next step. And the next step was in 8th December 2021 when the council voted. On the 8th of December, it is my understanding, and I stand corrected. The third point is this. Remember, it was 11 of us who voted, only 1 against. And then there was the amendments to the Hobart Micromobility Amendment Bill that the government put across. And that went through in order for us to have the power to do these things. And then point number 4, remember after 12 months, we had a trial. And we do trials to collect the evidence because we didn't have the evidence. Here was a good idea, a good point, a good micromobility that was happening all over the world. And I've traveled the world as well. I've traveled more than 20 countries. And just recently went to America and Canada and Singapore and Malaysia. There they ride all these things constantly. I've seen them. And so it's not only one country like Singapore, name me 20 countries, 40 countries who are doing these things. The evidence needs to be balanced and not selectively chosen. And finally, I want to say this, that having done the trial, having got the evidence, and on the basis of the 3 evidence stated to us by qualified professionals, we made the decisions not on our own due to our ideology. We made the decision because the professional staff with evidence presented to us, and that's why I made those decisions. And tonight, I will do the same. On the basis of the evidence presented to me by qualified staff, I will make the decision and support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
I just have some questions for Mike.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes. Could, through you to the appropriate officer, please advise me when the council went to consultation in regards to e-scooters in the first instance?
Through your chair, my understanding is that the first time the community was consulted about this was in 2019 as part of the Connected Hobart Framework and Action Plan, and again in 2020 as part of the Sustainable Hobart Action Plan.
Could any officer please advise me when Singapore banned e-scooters on footpaths and implemented fines and up to 3 months jail for breaching the ban?
Through your chair, I'd have to take that one on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Chair. Look, very quickly, I guess a lot of the chat tonight has been about the scooters. I don't really want to go much into the history of that. I guess I supported it at the time. I'm always open to new ideas, but I think, you know, as a general comment, I guess for my fellow elected members and staff, you know, when we're trying to put in new systems and schemes, I guess, you know, the safest default option is always the as is. And, you know, when we do implement these things, I think sometimes we can be maybe a little bit too slow in implementing a decision, but then once we're getting feedback that's not perhaps working as well as we think it would, to pull it back. I honestly sometimes laugh to myself when I think about the fact that we launched a scooters on cage night, and you know, it didn't take a genius to put together what would happen. But anyway, notwithstanding that, I don't personally have much of an issue of us doing the micromobility with e-bikes. What I guess I'll be sort of keeping a bit of a watching brief on going forward will be, you know, the sort of unintended consequences. You know, often when I travel, we're staying in hotels and they actually offer a bike service. So, you know, sometimes as a practical means for transport, sometimes as like a leisure. So, you know, it's quite common to sort of stay at a hotel, and that's how one of the activities we recommend is actually taking a bike and going for a ride and seeing the countryside. Sometimes if you're in a more built-up area, it's being able to use that as a, you know, as a point of A to B connection. You know, the irony is at night everyone goes back to either a home or a hotel to sleep, and during the day if they need to get to where they need to go to, you know, bikes do offer a means of transportation. And you know, I guess what I'm interested in terms of potentially looking at implementing this sort of a scheme across the city of Hobart is, you know, are we simply just shifting it from one form to the next? So, great people are potentially using bikes, but is this simply just those who were staying at, you know, West Point down at Lower Sandy Bay now just using these bikes as opposed to the ones they would have previously got from the hotel operator? What does that mean for the hotel operator? And are we actually seeing a bit of a net? Are we actually seeing a take-up, or are we just seeing a sort of a shift? And I guess it's interesting with scooters, you know, I think as time went on, those who genuinely wanted to use scooters as a means of transportation ended up just acquiring their own. And it's amazing how quickly it's changed as well. You know, what was a bit of a novel technology at the time, you can jump in point JB Hi-Fi now and just buy one. So, you know, it does worry me a little bit, I guess, when you're looking at this is over 0.5 FTE. You know, there is going to be a compliance cost for the City of Hobart with this. That said, I don't see that as a reason not to go ahead, but, you know, I think we need to sometimes be as open and honest as we can as to what is the overall benefit we're seeing and potentially what are some of those second order impacts. So, look, don't have any real concerns, but I think it is something that bears noting. And again, if we start seeing property damage, bikes in rivers, you know, frankly, a flaunting of the rules, you know, we should be pretty honest and open about that and just saying, look, that's not acceptable. But, you know, I guess at the end of the day, the world does change and technologies come in, and there are now providers who can provide a, you know, an on-demand hire service for these sort of devices. So I don't think the City of Hobart should in any way stand in the way of this sort of activity happening. But, you know, I can appreciate that our experience, to be honest, with the e-scooters was not what we desired. So with that, I think I'll be supporting the motion, but I just wanted to make a statement as a way of fellow elected members and the council officers aware of, I guess, my concerns and what I'll be monitoring going forward as this goes ahead. Thank you.
Are there any further comments? I might just be brief and just read out, just for the public's interest, for what we're actually voting on tonight, which is two things. The recommendation is, number one, that council endorse the commencement of an open market public tender for a new shared micromobility program provided under permit. And number two, that this shared mobility program be exclusively for e-bikes commencing on 1st October 2026. That's what we're voting on tonight, and I'd like to thank my elected members and colleagues for their comments. I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against?
No.
And by show of hands, please. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Coates, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, Acting Lord Mayor.
All those against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Kelly. That is carried.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 12, Taste of Summer City Partnership. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved by Alderman Bloomfield, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Anybody for comments? No? Oh, yes.
Lord, Lord Mayor, I have a question in here. With regards to motion number 1, the council endorsed a 3-year city plan partnership. I'm not going to move any amendment, but I'm just making an observation and making a statement if it is worth it or not. Now, it is my understanding that you know, we're going to be having elections in October, and I was wondering if it will be worthwhile considering that we extend it, we endorse it for 1 year, 26-27, and then let the new council coming in November make that 3-year commitment. I'm just putting that, if there is an understanding, then I will make that recommendation in there. All right, so I will move that amendment. The council endorse the city partnership with the taste for 26-27 year only, and let the new council make the decision later.
That's an amendment, so we'll have discussions around the amendment.
I'm just going to discuss the amendment. I can't support that, and the reason why is businesses have to plan for the future. This council plans for the future. even though we do our budgets yearly, we still look at our planning for the future. Now, this is an event that they need to plan for the future if they want to build it, they want to grow it and everything. I don't want to talk too long on it, but it's irrelevant whether or not the next council decide to give them 2 more years or not. This is the council making the decision at this point in time. It's like if we do a lease agreement for a property over the road, or any lease agreement we do. What do we have to worry about the next election coming? Okay, no, we can't give them a 10-year lease. Let's give them a 6 months lease and worry about the lease forward. Businesses have got to plan for the future. Now let's be smart. Let's be business-like, and let's just support the recommendation that is here. We don't need to worry about the next council.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, Acting Lord Mayor. I don't support the amendment either, for the same reasons as Alderman Zuko said. Grant funding is always better when it comes in over multiple years, because it does provide a surety, it provides confidence, it provides the ability to plan for the next few years coming. 1 year funding is quite annoying, because you can come up with ideas, but then you're not sure whether or not you can continue it into the future. So I don't support changing this. And any changes, I feel, probably should have come to us at the workshop. I think this was at a workshop 2 weeks ago or a week ago. So I think that's where we should have discussed whether or not we wanted to change the funding model that we're proposing here tonight. So I do think the 3-year funding is important to provide that assurity into the future, and whether or not the elections on the radar and on the horizon is not relevant to me. It's providing the confidence that we will provide funding for 3 years to a festival that is going okay, and it does need our support to be successful. So I want to have a successful festival, and I think that our generosity here with the in-kind plus the cash is really important.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Bloomfield.
This has been part of negotiations already with this group as well, hasn't it? That's true, isn't it? Yes. So this entire proposal has already been socialised with these people. It's already been considered. The price was based on that, and their consideration of investment in the future would also have been based on this as well. In particular, I note too that it's 3 years. It's not 4 years. It's not any other number of years, which means it'll land centrally in the next election period, which is perfect, because it means that halfway through you'll be renegotiating. I also believe too that this is the start of a new way of looking at things. That I know that we have regularly, from what I have seen over the last 3 years, regularly done annual applications, and this is moving into a new way of doing things. So, and that's why we have an arbitrary 3 years, not say 4, for instance. So I feel that we need to respect what has already started with the negotiations, and let it go forwards. I don't think it has anything to do with elections. I think it's everything to do with starting to conduct business in a more appropriate manner over the long term. So I'm actually really happy to see that we're not doing 1 years anymore.
Before we do move ahead, sorry, can I just have a seconder for that amendment?
Just for the sake of debate, Chair.
Councillor Lohberger, thank you. Yes, Councillor Duff.
Chair, I would like to withdraw that motion. It was only a thought that I had at the time, and it appears that there's no support, so I withdraw that instead of wasting time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor.
Great, thank you.
The
Seconder is okay with that? Yes, thank you very much. It's been withdrawn. So we'll move to the substantive motion of 12. Would anybody like to have a discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Do we call for expressions of interest for this event from other organisations or the like?
Yeah. Mr. Arter?
Chair, we don't call for expressions of interest for this. It's done under the city partnerships. It falls under the fundings program, so it's a direct negotiation.
Councillor Kelly, do you have another question? Or is
So I'm getting confused. It's not an unsolicited bid, or it's, as the Director has described it, purely summarised.
taste, are they? They are? Or is it the
In kind with
Tas,
all the...
Tas Ports and ours? And so, so I guess it's, as was explained, so they obviously took on the event some years ago and obviously apply as a lot of different event organisers do. It's not typical that that we would run an expressions of interest outside of the city partnerships program that we've evolved and reviewed only last year. So.
Thank you.
Look,
Any further questions, Councillor Kelly?
No, thank you, Chair.
I can assist Councillor Kelly and probably other elected members that weren't around at the time. What actually happened was the Hobart City Council decided that it no longer wanted to run the event. Through assistance through the state government, there were negotiations with the state government. The state government went down the pathway of a expression of interest. I'm aware there were 3 potential interests, and the state government decided on this one. Once the state government decided to put the funding towards this one, it was then we supported the organisation that was there. So it was sort of a work between the state government and the council so that an event would continue. But there was a process that the state government went through to eventually get to this point.
Through your Chair, perhaps to the CEO. So is this an indefinite arrangement we have infinitum, or is it a review at a given time?
CEO? Oh, Ms. Darton?
This is a 3-year agreement that we're entering into. So at the end of that time, it'll be a decision for the council to decide what it wanted to do.
Okay, so to be clear through you, Chair, that so it would go to expression of interest in 3 years' time?
Ms. Darton?
Through you, Chair, it's done under a city partnership, so those arrangements are negotiated through mutual discussions with a proponent on these types of partnerships. So it wouldn't necessarily, if that arrangement was to continue, go back out to an EOI process. It'd be a continual evolution of the relationship and likely enter into a new city partnership arrangement as it is being proposed tonight.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, Chair. Look, the only reason I'm bringing this up is that I just like the idea of transparency, which is good, and we had a similar conversation with the farmers market. You know, should we be putting that out to tender or just year on year awarding it? No matter, once again, I think the work that the farmers market has done in the Taste of Tasmania Produce Limited has been fantastic. I've nothing but praise to give to those organisations, but if we're to be consistent with the way we award contracts, whether it be asphalting or cleaning toilets or road markings, across the board, we've got to be consistent and open and transparent with that. But if that's, I'm just still a bit confused at how, I'm not going to question it any further, that, you know, for another 3 years we can do it now, but in 3 years' time we're reviewing it and the like. But look, if everyone's comfortable with that, I'd just still like to make that note in the interests of transparency and consistency with all other ways that council spends the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Coates?
Thank you, Chair. Look, just, very quickly. I don't have any issues. I mean, obviously this is a festival in one way, shape or form that the City of Hobart's been involved and supported for many, many years. I think the report says 1988. And it's different guises and forms. I think from the point of view of the next 3 years, the section number 4 where it talks about legal risk and legislative considerations, this isn't set and forget. It does outline that there's an annual risk assessment. There are event management plans for the festival. They're looking at the use of the city's venues, equipment. I think 4.2.3 says where risks are identified as unacceptable, the in-kind support will not be considered or renegotiated. So clearly, the city's legal and corporate governance group are building in those internal checks and balances. I think there is a commercial reality, which is to put on events such as this, you can't just be doing it on a once-off annual basis. You need to have that little bit of certainty, and we are one partner of many. As I understand it, the state government is still a supporter, and obviously there's corporate partners, so they need the ability to go to market, so to speak, and say, look, we're setting us up for the next 3 years. Partner with us, hey, as a stallholder, can you commit to this for multiple years, etc. So, all that said, right, the report in front of us tonight gives me confidence that the City of Hobart and its officers are not, not completely hands-off in this regard, and there is that sort of ongoing operational oversight. So, look, for what it's worth, I think that, in some ways, the private operators have been quite successful in this regard. I mean, I know it's not the same event, but anyone who's been to a Winter Feast would say how successful it's been. I was at a taste last year, I guess. Actually been at a taste pretty much all of the last 10 years, but to my mind at least, it's been quite successful. It's a highlight, whether it's locals who go, whether it's visitors that are coming down. I think they are doing a good job, and the feedback I receive anecdotally is positive. So I find myself supporting the motion as it is tonight, noting the comments and concerns that have been raised. I guess I find myself somewhat relieved by the report and specifically the items in section 4. But I encourage my other councillors to vote for this item.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I haven't moved this motion, so is it okay I sum up, or do I? Yeah, I haven't spoken, to be honest. I haven't spoken on before, other than the amendment.
You spoke to the amendment only.
Yeah, that's right. So, look, I just wanted to make some points because there's been some interesting elements brought up that I didn't expect to hear tonight. When I talked about before about the 3 years being valuable, it actually is, because private operators do need consistency. They do need a spread of time to build their brand, build goodwill, because people need consistency to know that every Saturday you go to Salamanca. The more people who know to go every Saturday, Salamanca becomes more valuable. Same with these types of events. They build a brand, they build an expectation with people who then know that during this period you go to the wharf, you go and enjoy these things because these guys have built something over a number of years. The longer we give them certainty, the more they are prepared to invest in that, which means that every year we shall see something grander and better, and there'll be further investment. I worry when I keep on hearing about these expressions of interest, because currently the council's expectation is that should the person who currently holds the enjoyment of the lease lose the expression of interest to somebody else, there is nothing built in that the people taking over the lease would actually pay anything in goodwill to the loser. This is not something that costs to council. This is something that is a transfer of the brand and goodwill value asset from the person who built it to the person who then takes it over. It's done elsewhere, but it's not actually done here. So if we were to move to an expression of interest to some of these larger profiled leases, we actually really much risk the value of them, because who would therefore want to invest and continue to invest when you lose the next EOI and everything is gone? So I actually think it's actually quite dangerous, and unless we review how we do an EOI, I would not want to see something of this size go that way. So I'm really glad to see, as I said, that we've moved this to a more sensible 3 years, and I expect probably in 3 years' time it'll be a 4-year one, and it'll continue that way. But for now, I would really like to commend this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Being none, I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 13's City Hall activation. Can I have a mover, please, and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Councillor Kelly.
Chair, could I have item number, or point number 5 in this report?
The recommendation?
Recommendation, yes, be voted on separately, as I just decided that potential, with an abundance of safety, I will declare a conflict of interest on that one, but we'd like to have discussion and be involved in the other points, seeing this as such an important item as possible. But that's what I would like to move.
Thank you. So as conflicts of interest are your responsibility, I'll leave that with you to remove yourself at 5, and I will accept all of those amendments, the recommendations, one by one.
Thank you.
Any comments?
Acting Warden, I find it a bit awkward to be able to discuss 5/6 of a motion, because one of the councillors has an interest. I would say if you've got a part interest, you've got a whole interest, but it's not my decision to make. So if we discuss something that provides, I don't think it's going to provide you with any information that you don't already know, but I don't know, just find it a bit strange and awkward.
Thank you. Any further comments? Right, well, I'll put that. I'll take it one by one as suggested. So recommendation number 1, I'll take it as given that everybody has read it. So item number 1 in the recommendation, all those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Number 2.
Sorry, just a point of clarification, please. You're voting on them without any debate.
It was open to debate. I said any further comments, nobody raised
Oh,
their
look,
hand.
I mistook that as any further comments as to the breaking down. Sorry about that.
No.
But
No, I meant any further comments to the actual substantive
on the debate?
motion.
Okay, well,
Yep.
well, thanks for clarifying.
That's
Okay,
okay.
we'll just...
Did you want to make a further comment on the item?
I'm
Alderman
just
Zucker?
thinking about it. It's okay, no problem.
No? Okay.
Well, yeah, look, I will.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
I'm comfortable with this, more comfortable than I was when we did this at the workshop and deferred it, or sorry, at the last, whenever it was and we deferred it, because of the youth arc potentially being removed from the recommendation. But it's there, it's mentioned in 2 clauses, 3 and 6. So I'm comfortable that youth arc is secure, that there's not going to be an eviction notice into the door at some point if someone comes forward and says we'd like to take the whole place on, but they've got to go. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that will occur, and I'm comfortable with the CEO having produced this recommendation. And I think there should be comfort around the table. I'm hoping that we're all comfortable with how this is proceeding, that we're not looking at ditching youth arc, and that won't happen unless in the future there was something sensational that was instituted to replace the facility. Now, just as a one more layer of reassurance through you, Acting Lord Mayor, to the CEO, that's the case, isn't it?
CEO?
Yes, that is the case.
Thank you. So I'm comfortable with supporting all of this motion tonight in its entirety. And I don't think we need to go through we could do 1 to 5, and then, do the 5 clauses, except for the 5th one, rather than go through one at a time. Just exclude the one that Councillor Kelly has needs to declare an interest on.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Coates?
Thank you, Chair. Look, just very briefly, for the benefit of elected members that weren't in attendance, this item was actually discussed in the Place and Wellbeing Committee. Brilliant. We had some really good input from our community members, look, very much, and I will say that they're quite engaged and from a cross-section of the community, but very much an understanding and support of what the officer's thrust of the outcome they're trying to achieve here. At a very, very high level, just sort of acknowledgement that status quo in some ways is not acceptable. It is an under-activated site, and it obviously does have a lot of potential for a lot of community benefit and good, and understanding, I guess, what is out there in terms of organisations or people or someone sort of wanting to sort of undertake, but being aware, of course, of the intrinsic value in the building and obviously the purpose to which it's currently being used. So it was lovely to hear that discussion, and my fellow co-chair, I'm sure, would back up my statements here in saying that the members of our community, committees, I should say, members of our committee from the community, really actually did take quite an interest and have very good discussion with officers, which no doubt has informed them in putting together the report. So thank you for the opportunity.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you. Just a question to begin with. In recommendation number 4, the council worked with the anchor tenants to identify and implement short, medium and long-term upgrades to the City Hall to meet the operational and user needs. My question is, with regards to upgrades, will the council contribute towards the cost of upgrading? And if it is, then how much are we at this stage thinking of?
See you.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. So look, it is a council-owned venue, so the council needs to maintain and develop its own assets. So certainly the council would be seeking to provide funding to upgrade the facility. Obviously we would request or seek funding from other levels of government as well, as is typical for buildings of such stature. But we don't know at this stage, without having tenants identified as to what their needs are for the facility. We've obviously itemised a range of upgrades that are required to the hall in the report, but I think it's important to identify an anchor tenant and then work specifically with them around what their needs would be, which would be obviously reported to council once that was known. So.
Thank you, CEO. I want to recommend this. I think I will strongly support this. It is very clear that the CEO has done a lot of work, and there was something that was sitting there and not being used, and we wasting a lot of money. And I think I want to congratulate him for his vision and the report that he's put together. I think it's a very good one. And in the workshop, when it was mentioned about youth art, that point has taken in. But unfortunately, some people have misinterpreted that as if the youth art is not going to be there. And I think that needs to be clarified, that youth art is going to be there. It is conditional on this, and I would support this quite strongly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman Zuko?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to support this. I'm only going to support one component of this, because I think we're even going, we're putting the cart before the horse. Because the council worked with the anchor tenant to identify and implement short, medium and long-term upgrades to City Hall to enable to meet the operational and user needs. Well, we haven't even gone out for expressions of interest, so we don't even know who is going to be putting an expression of interest. So I think what we need to be doing is part 3 first, and that's all we need to be doing at this point in time, seeing who's interested, what they're interested in doing, and then bring it to council and saying, well, Bill Harvey's interested in doing X, Marty Zuko's interested in doing Y, and Louise Bloomfield is prepared to do X, and these are the things that they need. Then we should be looking at everything else that is here, because they may not be interested in doing anything in regards to more marketplace or anything. The thing about 3, it clearly defines an expression of interest to identify an anchor tenant or tenants. And then we've got it very clear then that excludes the tenancy of youth art. That's all we need to be doing at this point in time. We're putting too much information in before. Because, you know, if I was a company going, okay, all right, that's good, I'm going to get money out of the council as part of this. Well, we don't know what the anchor tenant's going to be. Yes, we've got responsibilities as a tenant and as a landlord. Our main responsibilities is to make sure the external walls are right and the roof is not leaking. So, look, I urge elected members just to support 3 at this point in time and worry about everything else down the track. We're overcomplicating it. So I'm sorry, I'm going to vote against this because we're overcomplicating a simple expression of interest.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, could I ask a question, please?
Sure.
As part of the expression of interest process, would that identify the need for any short, medium or long-term upgrades to City Hall to enable it to meet operational users? Anyone who puts in an expression of interest. So item part 4, just so I'd like Alderman Zuko to support this. So if we did include, say, part of 4 in 3, for example, expression of interest, they would obviously include any requirements of the anchor tenant with regard to developing the hall to make it function for them. Would that be the case?
Yeah, well, that is the case. Look, the way this is structured is to intend to provide a pathway in terms of how the council wishes to move forward with the hall. So what that involves is, and you can provide the nth degree of detail in a list of recommendations, but the intention would be undertake expressions of interest, identify a particular operator or operators, understand what their needs are. The council have then already provided an intent that they're happy to work with the council, with the operators around potential upgrades. Clearly that would come back to council through that expressions of interest process, but there's a willingness and an intent expressed by the council to want to work with those people, those businesses, to upgrade the hall. So that's the intent behind the series of recommendations. So.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
what you're saying, part 4 is needed and it can't be kind of rolled into part 3.
Look, I mean, we're obviously at the will of the council in that sense. It's structured around providing a future positive direction for the hall. So.
Okay, no, I get it. I won't change anything.
Thank you. Alderman Bloomfield.
It was really interesting to see how this entire motion, which is very similar to the last time we had it in last council, has only slightly evolved. The recommendation hasn't changed much, and ultimately what's happened is we have actually focused on the value of youth arc, which I think is actually really important as well. I also would like to remind the room too that this was about saving $160,000 per annum, but to move youth arc was going to cost, well, there was an estimate there of $30 million, so you can see it really wasn't stacking up. I also felt too that additional things that have come to play out of this, and there were, 7 options examined to see what we could do with this building, and it came back to what we had originally looked at, which was to basically look at the front part of the building to be evaluated for an expression of interest. But that marketplace could actually be also examined to create an additional space to utilise as well, being a very underutilised part of road. And that, I felt, was a good thing that came out of this. But ultimately too, the discussion that we've just had about these additional elements, I ultimately think it's discussion about scope. And it's also a discussion about direction. What we expect of someone who gives us a EOI, it's not about the fact that we just want them to go in there and do. We want them to really explore a road forwards. And I actually think that it's not about saying, do you have X number of $1 million to go and do this stuff and off you go. It's about saying, well, we appreciate that you probably do this today and you'll do this in another year and you'll do something else later on. I actually don't see that a scope like that is really a problem, because it actually means that we're going to get a bit of a better understanding, and someone who's going to say, well, we're going to work with you over a period of time, because the building does need work and it will continue to need work for some time. It is quite old, and we saw the photos in these reports. Anyone can see those in the public report that was supplied. Just the chairs upstairs in the gallery need to be replaced. There was flooring that needs to be replaced. The kitchen needs to be replaced. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to make this a functional area. So I really am glad that it is the way it is. I don't want it to see change. I would like to perhaps examine that we do in fact explore marketplace being revitalised as an additional area, because I have seen on several occasions as I've visited the City Hall for functions that a lot of people do utilise that area. They have a lot of food vans and create like a little court with music and things. That would be brilliant to have that as a regular annex, say, to Youth Arc and also to the City Hall utilisation. It's a natural fit. So I do hope that the room sees fit to approve this, because I would just simply like to see everything settle, everything do better, but Youth Arc to be remain as it is.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Kelly.
Question to through you, Chair, to the CEO. CEO, will the EOI process or the brief for the process be that it is advertised nationally?
Look, I think we'd be fools not to advertise nationally. Certainly we'll do a lot of engagement locally in terms of those that we feel may have an interest, but we will certainly cast a pretty wide net.
Also another follow-up question as well.
Councillor Kelly, yes.
Through you, Chair, to the CEO. The Macquarie Point Stadium, is that being considered, or doesn't need to be considered at the moment? It'll be probably fleshed out, I guess, with people looking at an EOI process, but is that a consideration for us to think about at this moment, do you think, as a council?
CEO.
Look, I think it's certainly going to impact upon the precinct that the City Hall's located in. There's no doubt about that. And so I do think it'll be firmly considered by any of the proponents that are interested in taking on the hall, because clearly it's going to change, you know, the dynamics of that precinct by way of footfall and other movements. So.
Yes, through you, Chair, yes, because my thoughts now that, you know, this is going to make a major impact, and as long as that, no doubt that will be fleshed out in the EOI process. Just through you, Chair, are we going to be finishing this up now, or are we going to keep going individually on items here, or?
We're going to vote on them collectively, aside from the one that you've declared an interest on, but
Right,
I cannot say whether it's going to continue or not.
Look,
Depends on elected members if they have any further comments.
If I may then just sum up what my thoughts are on the
Sure.
on the matters. Look, the City Hall, and I mentioned at the workshop, a much loved institution. It served Hobart absolutely brilliantly since it was built 100 years ago, and you know, through flood and fire and all those things, it's been an incredible part of Hobart's cultural and economic growth over the last 100 years. It has, however, got to its use by date, and with the proliferation of other venues that have been constructed in and around Hobart, noting the right from the early times of the Federal Casino down to the Tasman Hall down there. We've seen Mac 2, we've seen the Princess Wharfs, we've seen the Heidelberg Centre, and beyond in the surrounding suburbs as well. So now is, you know, we've really got to make a move now. It's been sitting idle for too long. It's not fit for purpose any longer. People expect more. Performing artists have made comments that it's just acoustically not good enough. There's no backup stage facilities to be able to put on a major entertainment. In summary, everyone's moved on, society's moved on, and expectations have moved on. So it's great that now the CEO's put this report together, and I look forward to seeing this, what comes forward. The youth ARC situation, I don't think we could talk much more about getting comfort that we, as a council, you know, we applaud the work that's done there, and we think it's an important part of the landscape. We, as a council, will be remiss in our duty if we do not look at the whole hall holistically. We're not saying we're evicting anyone, we're not saying we go. If it was to be an option for us to consider, if we were given a fantastic option for the whole venue facility, it'd be remiss of us not to consider that. And in fact, everyone can do well out of that. Youth ARC, if a suitable site was found and we would be able to bankroll something like that with an expression of interest that helps support that, we would be failing in our duty by not giving consideration for that. So it's time to move on. It's a moment that it's the biggest chunk of real estate in this capital city, this City Hall, indeed Tasmania, that we have the potential here to make a real mark on this city, and it can be a real defining moment. I think we probably underestimate just the importance of this decision we're making here and what can come forward. But I really look forward to the EOIs and going forward from there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments? I might just say a few words. I'm really delighted this has come back again, essentially the same as what it was, and I want to thank the CEO for the work that you've put into this and for bringing back to us something that's really quite a wonderful piece of work in terms of something that we can do for a space that's utilised when we're talking about City Hall approximately, apparently about 25 times a year. I would like to note that this piece of work is about how we move forward. How we move forward in terms of expressions of interest, what we identify, what we understand, and then it will come back to council as well. So I'm really delighted to see that. I'm also delighted to see that Youth ARC, once again, as the first time, will be excluded in terms of the tenancy. And I do note point 6 says, the council notes that Youth ARC is currently accommodated within City Hall and will remain in place for the foreseeable future. Thank you. I'll put that. All those in favour for items 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6? Aye. All those against? Alderman Zuko. And then we'll vote on number 5. Sorry.
Motion carried. If there's anyone no.
Thank you. And then we'll do...
You have to do a show of hands of everyone.
Sure. Alderman Zuko for the no.
No, it's those who vote first.
Yep.
For.
All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Coates,
Excluding 5.
Okay.
Councillor Passault, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Alderman Kelly, Alderman Harvey, Acting Lord Mayor,
All those against?
Alderman Zuko.
Thank you. And now we'll put item number 5 of the recommendation. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No.
By show of hands, all those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Passault, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, Acting Lord Mayor,
All those against?
Alderman Zuko. Motion carried.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to item number 14, Dorney House. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Elliott and seconder. Councillor Dutta, thank you very much. Any discussion? Any comments? Yes, Councillor Kitsos.
Thanks, Chair. Look, thank you to the officers for bringing this report to us, and I'm very aware that this was a request of council to do some work on Dorney House and find out what options we might have for its future use. As I understand it, we lose about $200,000 a year on this particular asset, and so we find ourselves in a bit of a bind working out what the best way is forward. And obviously, if you read through the officers' report, there's many challenges to access to the site and to making sure that it would be safe and usable for any kind of enterprise in the future. So while I am supportive of the motion, I just wanted to kind of just talk through a few concerns. I think a tourist venture, an EOI for a tourist venture is a sensible idea, but I do sort of caution elected members to keep their eye out for what I would describe as an elite level of tourism, a sapphire type tourist venture which was quoted in workshop with a helipad that flies in VIPs to the venue. I just don't feel wholly comfortable with that as far as this being an asset of the city, and I see that our role as councillors to provide as many services to as many people as possible, and that perhaps that is not the best use of this beautifully architecturally designed building to only be available to the few minority that could access that kind of venture. So I'd be very careful with those EOIs that we're adding some kind of overlay to just how many people would be able to use and access this facility, especially if council are going to be stumping up some of the cost for balancing the works to access sewage, stormwater drainage, road repair to enable a venture of that nature. And the second part of the recommendation tonight relates to what happens if the EOI process is basically unsuccessful, for a less sophisticated way of putting it, and reviewing the subdivision options for Dorney House. Now look, I think that this is a really good thing to do. We have to be prudent here. But what I think is lacking in this report is any discussion with the Tasmanian Aboriginal Land Council about a possible land return. So I'd really like that to be considered within that second component of the motion. I'm not going to move an amendment tonight because I don't think that will actually provide a worthwhile gain, but I think that it would be a really good thing if we're trying to move land on to make sure that we talk to the Tasmanian Aboriginal Land Council to find out if there's a possibility of a land return that could preserve Porter's Hill for the future.
Thank you. I'm sure the CEO will take that on. Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, look, I'm going to support this. The reason why is I read through here and we're going for expressions of interest, and it points out what we are seeking, and it also points out how much money we are going to be allocating towards in the budget, and there's an estimated $550,000 potential cost in regards to construction works. That's very clear to me, so I am going to fully support this expression of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Alderman Bloomfield?
It really amazed me to find that this particular building was costing the council this much. I think it was only in recent months that we actually found this out at all, so I was actually quite pleased to learn. I do note though that the cost to the ratepayer is actually a little more than what is specified, because it's only saying here the interest on the loan being paid back plus the maintenance, except that there would also be a component of principal of the loan that was attributed to that interest that's also being paid. So the amount of rates that would be sucked out to pay this would be actually in excess of this 200,000. So that's something just to keep in mind. It's also interesting to note too that it's going to be, what, $550,000 just to get that road back to standard, which appears that will probably be funded by us. Is that correct? That will be funded by council?
At this stage.
Yes?
Yep.
Yep, sorry. So there's a lot more to come into this, so we're getting up there with the numbers. And as a result, and then hopefully getting someone who will ameliorate these costs over time, they are going to have to be high end, because that's an awful lot of money to cover to actually bring this to at least break-even point. It absolutely stuns me that this was purchased. I appreciate that they were buying what was it, the sight line, whatever it was, of the land. It was about the land at the original point, and then it became about the building. But this is what happens when you don't have a business case when you fund things. Because if we'd had a business case when the council originally purchased this, just maybe they would have realised just the sheer enormity of cost on the ratepayer that this building has done. Because you imagine how many, well, it'd be into the millions now, wouldn't it? Now, between when it was originally purchased and today, that has come. This is why our rates are high. I fear that there may be other investments that are similar to this that we have yet to discover. So I am grateful that we have something that's mature and appropriate to address, and I do very much hope this motion goes through. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Look, Dorney House, fantastic bit of real estate, architecture, all the above. It's a service that council or a business council shouldn't be delving into. We have so much on our plate. We've got so many other sites undeveloped. Just think of Beaumaris Zoo site. There's acres of land we have, and I just think delving into this type of development is way beyond our charter, and it's something the ratepayers, I believe, would not support. That being said, I congratulate the author of the report. This is a great report. I think this follows our template of workshopping it well, coming up with different ideas, consolidating that in a meeting here tonight, going out for an expression of interest and coming back, and all that. And it's got to, what I like about this, it's got a bit of a backup plan too. If that's not going to be any good, we can pursue the subdivisional type of work, which may be complicated, but at least it's being brave and putting it on the table for us as councillors to consider. So I fully endorse the motion here tonight to go to EOA with Dorney House, and look forward to hopefully getting to the stage where council gets this totally off our register. It's always proven in just about every case that people who buy this type of asset, it normally goes into good hands, and the incumbent will take it to the next level. It is not fit for purpose at the moment. We can't put anything in there or do anything with it without spending a huge amount of ratepayers' money. So I look forward to this progressing. Thank you.
Alderman Zico.
Just a point in regards to sound. I've got a person who's contacted me 3 times so far. I put my mic, there's a little dial here, I've put my mic up and he's saying to me that he can hear me better. But everyone just have a look at your dial and just turn it right a little bit, just a little bit. So, because the person said I put mine up and he can hear me better, so they're not hearing us too well out there.
Councillor Posselt.
Hello, Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question regarding the figure of magnitude of costs that's illustrated in the report and has been ventilated a number of times on social media. I believe it's around $200,000 a year. How much of that figure is interest repayments for the entire bicentennial reserve?
Yeah.
So it wasn't separated out in terms of the loan the council took, and we've obviously spoken about that at length in terms of the fixed nature of that loan. So the loan that isn't attributed to Dorney House and to the balance of the land. It's a loan that we carry, which includes Dorney House. So obviously includes the full land that we purchase.
Yeah, I guess to clarify my question, make it less ambiguous, there's claims that it costs us $200,000 a year to maintain Dorney House. My interpretation of the report is that we spend $200,000 on the entire area, and the majority of that is interest repayments, but I'm seeking clarity on that.
No. Well, that's the loan, as I said, is for the property, which includes Dorney House. So we pay for the loan. That's what we're talking about. So, yes.
Sorry, I'll re-clarify one more time here. I'm really sorry, I'm not being clear. Do we spend $200,000 on maintenance of the property?
No,
per year?
no, and it's clear in the report that we don't do that. The bulk of what we spend is on interest on the loan, which we took for the purchase of the entire property.
Thank you, summed it up beautifully. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any further comments on this item? Being none, I'll put that. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 15, which is the governance of motions, notice of motions, audit. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Are there any comments on this item? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a very brief remark, as it was the motion, I put this motion with Alderman Barakis with the support of my colleagues earlier in this term, and I want to thank the staff for their work, and it's great to see that we've got robust mechanisms in place to make sure that we're following up and actioning items that the council have set as important through notice of motions. So thanks to the CEO, thanks to staff.
Thank you. Any further comments? No, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 16, which is 2627 fees and charges. Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussions on this item? Alderman Bloomfield.
Just a question. There's been a lot of media on this one in regards to the short stay application. Is that correct? It's moved from $250 to $5,000. Is that correct?
It's not quite correct, but we might get the director to explain.
Thank you.
Through the Chair, yes, and I apologise for confusion caused with elect members. The agenda itself shows the increase of a fee which goes from $250 to $5,000. We need, if elected members were to support this fee, then we would need an amendment because that is not correct. That is one scenario where the state government sets planning fees for visitor accommodation for permitted applications, so we can't change that fee. The fee that we are proposing that is introduced is a $5,000 fee where there's a change of use for visitor accommodation only. That is discretionary and we are able to set those fees. That fee is currently $435 for the current year.
Right, okay. I do feel in the current state we are balancing the issue of homelessness, of perceived homelessness, and it is a very real thing, versus the affordability of living in a home which has become more and more difficult to afford and live in, and therefore people are starting to apply. I believe a lot of this has come across because people saw that short stay accommodation was a viable way of being able to earn money and afford what they have. So I guess the concern I have with this is that we may not be necessarily engaging with the people that we should be with trying to make change. I don't feel comfortable with this type of draconian change. We're not talking about an illegal behaviour, we're talking about a common, normal behaviour. I appreciate that we cannot change the concentration of these elements in our city, but I also appreciate that we probably aren't necessarily really targeting it fairly. We've already targeted these people with a doubling of rates of which a number of them are struggling with, especially in lieu of the fact that we now have all the other types of financial pressures on people with petrol and other associated costs. We should be supportive at this point in time rather than difficult with our fees. So if this is to maintain the status quo with this extremely high increase, I will not be supporting.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, I rise to support the staff proposal. I think it's quite clear in the report that we have actually been subsidising these applications coming in for short stay accommodation conversions, and that's really got to stop. We don't want to be doing that forever, and I'm totally supportive of changing the model so that it is more fair and that it actually reflects a proper cost recovery from that sector. I also would have to point out that there is a housing crisis going on. There is a rental affordability crisis in Hobart. There are many hundreds of whole houses that have been removed because of short stay accommodation, and that is simply another reason to support this application fee rise. I do think it is a bit problematic that we only just found out about it, that it wasn't sort of highlighted to us prior to this. So I note that the Director talked about having to amend this particular item in order to reflect what's actually happening rather than what's actually written in the report. I guess just as the mover of that, I'd be happy to accept those changes if someone proposed them. Thank you, Chair.
I think I'm the seconder. I'm happy to accept it if we are able to.
Councillor Kitsos was the
second.
second. You happy to accept those?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments.
Sorry, can we just clarify what's actually, what are we debating now?
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Alderman Zuko, you can go next, but so we have actually added a small amendment in, which is just changing the numbers in the table, is it, to
From
reflect that?
from 250 to 435.
Right, okay, thank you. Sorry, Alderman Zuko.
Sorry. Could you just, sorry, Alderman Zuko,
Can we just pause, please? So can we just explain what the amendment is that is required?
Thank you. The statutory fee for a permitted application remains at $250, and that change of use only for other contexts stays at $435. Change of use for visitor accommodation only goes to $5,000.
So is someone moving that as an amendment?
So
I think Councillor Lohberger is going to incorporate that into the motion that we have. Do we take it as an amendment? Yeah, we'll take it as an amendment.
Yep. If it's suggested by another member.
CEO has suggested we take it as an amendment, so
I might just say, sorry, just because I think, just to be clear, I do think it's probably outside of the motion that was recommended, so I do think an amendment would be best to be considered, given that there's obviously interest in it in the matter. So I guess we just need to word it up, and then I would suggest it be dealt with as an amendment.
Sure. Thank you. Well, Ms. Aby, are you happy to construct one while Councillor Posselt is talking? You're going to speak to the amendment, Councillor Posselt?
No, Chair, I'm happy to move the amendment.
Move the amendment, yep.
The Director's had given a very clear verbal.
Thank you. Can I get somebody to second that? Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Okay, so we're speaking to the amendment, not the motion, but
yes,
I would like to ask a few questions. Number one is the current fee.
He wants to speak on the
No, I just want to ask a question.
Oh, yeah. Yep, sorry, you're right. Yeah.
Okay. The current fee for approved is, if I could have it clarified, please.
The current fee for permitted applications is
Permitted?
$250.
$250, permitted. For discretional? $435, but short stay discretional is $5,000.
So the current fee structure that's in place today doesn't single out visitor accommodation use.
It just has a change of
It falls into the generic change of use category.
Change of use. So what we are now doing is to clarify. We are through you. We are now specifically clarifying that short stay will have a specific 5,000, but no other change of use will have the 5,000.
Through your chair, yes, that's correct.
This is the amendment we're talking about. I remember, it's good about being around for a while, I remember when the Hobart City Council had the City Heart Association, where certain businesses were taxed a rate to go towards marketing the city. The closer you were into the CBD, the more you paid. The further you went out, the less you paid to a certain stance. We were taken to the Supreme Court and lost. And the City Heart Association became defunct because we couldn't fund it. Mind you, a few of us tried for the council just to fund it, generally. This is extraordinary, what we're proposing today, that we are going to, one specific component of a change of use is going to have got an almighty massive increase for a change of use. Look, I understand that people consider that short stay accommodation is detrimental to the housing market. You know what? Short stay accommodation is only one component of the detrimental to the housing market in this city. We have that much land across this city that could have been developed years ago, in which we knocked it back. I'm happy to drive anyone around this city and show elected members how many places remain derelict and shut down because we failed to act. If people believe that this is the way we're going to increase housing, I tell you what, I feel like I've been drinking today listening to this. Can I ask this question, another question through you to whoever can answer it? How did we come up with this calculation?
Ms. Avey?
Through you, Chair, there's no calculation as such, so the fee was compared to the other categories of fees which are for development, and a mid-range figure was chosen, which is more comparable, as we expect, to the actual cost of assessment of those applications, bearing in mind that some do involve a discretionary assessment by more than one officer, and it's not infrequent for them to come to planning committee.
Okay, so I'm a doctor surgery. And there's been many residential properties changed from housing to change of use to doctor surgeries or dentists or whatever have you. So as a medical practitioner, I can put an application in for a change of use, and I'm going to be charged $435. I'm taking a house off the housing market. Look, I'm sorry. Look, we're heading toward down the pathway of a legal battle. That's all I can say to you, right? And I really question whether or not we can legally do this, and in the way we're doing it. I'm sorry, I'm not being disrespectful to anyone. This reminds me of going to the showgrounds on a pluck a duck. Hey, let's pluck $5,000, pluck a duck. It's going to be $5,000. Sorry, doesn't gel with me. It's not how business works.
Any further comments on the amendment? Councillor Dutta?
Just a question for clarification, Chair.
Sure.
The question is, number one, with regards to the $5,000 that we are suggesting to increase in the amendment, is it lawful and legal to do that? That's question number one.
Ms. Avey?
Through you, Chair, I have spoken to the Manager of Procurement about this issue, and she saw no legal barriers for us to be able to set the fees in this way.
Just a follow-up question. So if we are going to be challenged out there, do you think the council will be able to defend this?
Ms. Avey?
Oh, through you, Chair, I haven't received specific legal advice on this issue, but based on that discussion, I believe that we will be able to do so.
And the second question, with regards to the 5,000 figure, rationally, the logic of this, could you please explain that to me again? The rational logic of the 5,000.
The fees for the overall development of appraisal unit are not, we don't operate usually on a cost recovery model. We operate on a basis that some of our fees only are covered by development fees. For the lower end of the scale, for change of use for very small developments, we charge the 435 figure, plus if they need to be advertised, an advertising fee. On the other hand, our fees for significant development can be $45,000 or more. So those fees essentially balance out the lower cost of the other applications. So what I've tried to do here is do an analysis of a ballpark of what I expect the overall costs of these applications to be, mindful that they're not all the same. These applications can go to numerous teams within the council, particularly if they go onto planning committee, and I'm attempting to move to more of a cost recovery model as opposed to not costs.
And just one final question. In view of that, that we don't have a legal advice, would it be appropriate not to have this item and have it later once we've got the legal advice, an independent legal advice? I'm just again asking for clarification.
Look, that's the prerogative of the council. Obviously, you can choose to do that if you want.
Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think that this fee is actually really fair. If we just stop and have a think about what we've heard, what we've read in the report, is that we're actually spending officers' time doing discretionary applications for change of use for short stay accommodation out of our own pocket. We've heard tonight from our director that the larger development fees, the $45,000 that was given as an example, provides some buffer to allow officers to work on the smaller applications. But as the number of discretionary applications has increased, I mean, I think it's steadily increased, but it's also reached a tipping point where it's no longer sustainable for the council to just do this on our own time. So I think the cries around the table that I'm sure we're going to hear is that, again, short stay is being pulled out and treated differently to everything else. I don't actually see this firstly as a short stay accommodation issue, but as a cost recovery issue. And we as our role on council are meant to be fiscally responsible, and we're hearing that this is not sustainable to be doing these applications on our own time. So if a cost recovery basis comes out with a figure of $5,000, then I think it's reasonable. It's only for discretionary applications. All the other ones will be subjected to the same fee as everything else. And these ones that require more detail, more work, will be charged at an appropriate time so that the council is not actually at a loss. I mean, I think it's a high time that this happens, but then you add the complexities and the context of a housing crisis, the fact that we know that short stay accommodation is turning whole homes out of the rental market. We have people sleeping in tents. It's really a no-brainer for me. It absolutely makes perfect sense that we would charge the fee that we're entitled to for this work. And I mean, you could really argue that people who are turning their homes or their investment properties into short stay accommodation are doing so to make a profit out of an existing building. And the fees for these types of accommodation, $5,000 is going to be made up very quickly in the first few weeks of running that business. So I really don't see it as a barrier if people are serious about making this side hustle of income from Airbnb that applying through a discretionary licence on a cost recovery basis to our council. I don't see that as outrageous at all, but something that we're just actually entitled to, and would be almost negligent not to consider and continue to just do this work for free. So I'm very happy to support the amendment tonight. It makes absolute sense to me.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. I'm absolutely amazed to hear someone say you're going to make $5,000 profit in a couple of weeks. Obviously, this person has never, ever done short-term accommodation or run a business, perhaps. We are on a slippery slope here. Here we are, sitting in judgment, deciding what we think people should and shouldn't pay based on ideology. Simple as that, pure and simple. This is a fine. This is a penalty. It's a way of council trying to push this Trojan horse through to shut down this type of accommodation. It is nothing more or nothing less, purely an unadulterated attempt of bringing out a big stick and hitting all those people who they don't like, who are out there contributing to society. Now, we don't mind quoting all the figures of how great the economy is with visitor numbers and people coming and going and coming to all our festivals and coming to the wharf and Taste of Tasmania and all these things. But where do they stay? Most of them stay, particularly the family people with young children and those people with pets and dogs and all those things that we go on about this council saying that we should be inclusive of. But the minute they put an application in, oh no, we're going to hit you with $5,000. Hasn't gone to workshop this. It gets dumped straight onto an agenda without any consultation. It's a dubious way of calculating a figure as something that we sort of think's going to be that, and we have a bit of a discussion, and it helps, like the big end of town, paying the big dollar ones, that helps compensate for the other one. Sorry, there's no logic in that. There's nothing put here to us to say this is how it's worked out. There's nothing here to say to us, well, this is what other councils do, or it's logical, there's a bit of a benchmark that's been set and accepted amongst out there. This is totally and utterly flawed. I hate to say it, but if we vote to support this tonight, we are being so irresponsible and so derelict to due process that we're, particularly with the fighting fund that will be sought to fight this in a legal battle. Just a quick question. The matter to the Director, through you, Chair, the Manager of Procurement, do they have any legal qualifications or expertise in any matters of legal?
Through you, Chair, not to my knowledge, but she was involved with setting the previous fees and charges policy.
Thank you. Would you not think we have absolutely, we've seen the figures with the legal advice we get for all manner of things, from dogs to cats to bikes to scooters and everything else. Something as major as this, we would not go and at least get a legal advice that could be tabled and put to us tonight. I'm so sorry, but let's look at these figures. But for us as a council, we need the hard evidence. We need time to consider, we need time to workshop it, and I'm sorry I haven't seen any of this put forward to us tonight. There's absolutely no way I, or I believe anyone else in this council here, if we're doing our job properly, should not have this deferred to a workshop with the proper evidence that we can sit and make. I might give them the evidence and information, guess what, I'll support it. But until such time as that, there's no way I will be.
Councillor Kelly, are you moving a procedural motion to defer?
Yes, through you, Chair, I'd like to make a procedural motion that this matter is deferred to a workshop.
CEO, would just like to clarify something?
Just to clarify, and due respect, that's absolutely the prerogative of the council. Is it deferring the actual amendment with the balance of the fees and charges to still be voted on by the?
Yes, the balance through you, Chair, to the CEO. Yes, the balance is fine, but it's just this the $5,000 one individually until we get all that information that we can sit back and make that individually. So that's the procedural motion I'd like to defer to a workshop.
Can I have...
Point of order.
Yes.
Just I was on my feet when the Chair offered Councillor Kelly if he would like to move the procedure. The procedural motion, he didn't offer it. I have information that may counter his claims, which I now cannot put because I was on my feet and not allowed to speak.
Okay, well, you can vote against the deferral if you so wish, but from my understanding, part way through his commentary, he suggested a deferral, and subsequently I asked for that clarification, and he wanted to. It was whilst he was still remaining talking. So I'll take that deferral motion. Can I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against?
No.
By show of hands, all those in favour?
Alderman Zico, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Bloomfield, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly,
All those against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Pasalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Acting Lord Mayor, that is lost.
Thank you. So that is now lost, and the deferral motion is now lost, and so we'll go back to the amendment. Councillor Posselt, you were up first.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What I was going to ask was this item listed in a strategy endorsed by this council?
Ms Avey?
Through Chair, this proposal to increase fees for visitor accommodation applications is listed in the draft housing action plan, which was endorsed by elected members to go out for community consultation. We've just finished that consultation and will be with elected members saying for proposed endorsement.
Thank you, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, and to the Director, have we workshopped the draft housing action plan, as well as there being considerable work around the table with elected members on that?
Ms Avey?
Through Chair, yes we did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Look, Chair, when we make decisions at the strategic level, we kind of make those decisions, and it's really frustrating for staff, and certainly frustrating for due process and for elected members when suddenly people say, oh, I didn't know about that because I didn't read the paperwork, because I didn't read the report, because I didn't go to the workshop. If you'd done those things, you would know this was all part of the plan. Now, as we've heard, we have endorsed around this table a document that's gone out to consultation which speaks directly to increasing the fees and charges for change of use to short stay accommodation. So it's not new to anybody who's been paying attention. Now, importantly, this is a change that goes from us being charitable about organising a change of use permit to us getting our money back for something that the council, as a majority, seems to not really desire, based on all of the planning meetings that we've had, based on the fact that this council doubled the rates of Airbnbs or short stay accommodation in Hobart municipality. So for us to just get our money back is a pretty low bar, I think, and so us getting our money back is a good choice, and it's a good way to move forward from what is a very low fee. Now, I would ask as well, does the same cost apply for a change of use when somebody is revoking their R7 or when we are giving them a rates exemption? Do we charge any fees for the rates exemption process?
Ms Avey?
Through you, Chair, there's no fee. So the rates exemption is an arrangement, a discussion with the rates area. Because people aren't able to forfeit their permits, there's no way of that taking place in a formal sense. It's an agreement that individuals have with our rates department. I will note that my understanding is, and I will have to check this, but we had included a no fee for situations where people propose to convert their places back to residential.
Thank you, Director, which is great news, Chair, because we are giving somebody a free ride to return it back into the property market, and we're charging a commercial rate to those who want to take property out of the residential market. And so some of the administrative cost and burden that comes later on when people want to return that property that's being used for short stay accommodation to residential accommodation is actually covered by this $5,000 as well. It's covering the freebie that we're giving at the end, and it's also covering the cost to deliver the change at the start. For a business owner, $5,000, if you want to have a decent investment, we're talking about investments in the order of, $800,000 to $800,000 plus. $800,000 plus, $5,000, it's a pretty small fee to pay, so that ratepayers don't have to just support that investment a little more. Thank you, Chair.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Firstly, it's not a free ride because there's no change of use, let's be honest. You can't revoke this once you've actually got one. But the other thing I wanted to ask, I have a few questions actually about this. It was interesting to note that this is supposed to be a cost recovery, right? But what I learned when we were talking about this was talking about all the council costs because we've brought it into the chamber. But you know what? How many over the last 3 years or thereabouts, and probably before that, were actually deliberately brought in by elected members to discuss at cost in this room. And then as a result of the decisions that we made, that we full well knew that were probably going to be revoked upon appeal, we also still went ahead and did that too. So honestly, to this $5,000, these cost recoveries are probably because of us. They're not because of the short stay people, it's because we have rallied and said, no, we don't want to, even though it's going to do appeal. Oh, geez, it cost us more money. Oh, well, we'll get it back with this $5,000. Oh, we wanted to bring it into this room. We didn't have to bring it to this room, but we did, and it's going to cost more money. So actually, what we're actually asking to fund is our rebellion against a lawful process. And we're asking the people who actually simply wanted to organise and run a business as they are entitled to, are now going to fund this and be told to be grateful because after all we're going to recoup in the cost, which we didn't have to pay, but we paid because, surprisingly enough, we decided to pop it onto the agenda. We decided to appeal and we knew that we wouldn't probably win, and we couldn't win, so we still have to pay. That is what this, I believe, is paying. That's really, really dark, isn't it? We are making people pay for our rebellion against the planning law. So I feel that's really inappropriate. And honestly, the fact that we're even discussing this and thinking this is still appropriate and applicable, I feel is extremely wrong.
Councillor Harvey?
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. Why have we got a draft housing action plan? What's the purpose of that? And it's got like recommendations and things in it, but we don't really take it seriously. So when there's recommendations that come to us, are we serious about accepting them or not? Is this about helping to alleviate the cost of housing crisis in Hobart?
Is that a rhetorical question, or did you want to ask that?
Yeah. So we actually have this housing action plan in order to solve the problems of housing, don't we?
Through your chair, yes we do.
Thank you very much. But, okay, we'll start from the start. Is it council's statutory role to set the fees on a yearly basis? And can we set the fees as we see fit? And is it based on cost recovery?
Oh, Ms. Amy?
No.
Oh, sorry, Michelle. Yep, sorry.
Through you, Chair. We do have the statutory, like we can set our own, but there are some that are set by other statutory legislation, and predominantly they are based on cost recovery. However, there are exceptions to that as well.
Mm-hmm. So generally, there are some exceptions, but not this one tonight. So I'm happy to have that cost recovery process occur here, and I'm happy to support the draft housing action plan, because what's the point in having one if it sits on a shelf and then every time something comes up from that draft housing action plan we say, oh, no, we don't like it now. So I'm happy to support the motion tonight. And I'm also happy to take people on a tour of Hobart to show them all the developments that have been approved but haven't been commenced. So our approval in Hobart City Council has been pretty good. Commencement of those developments has not been as good as the council has been in approving them. And that's unfortunate due to the economic situation that people have found themselves in with the cost of building materials and various other things. So from a direct action perspective, if we wanted to be serious about our draft housing action plan, this is a very good action that will have an impact immediately on people who are considering shifting their house from residential into short stay accommodation. So this might be disincentive for some. And when it comes to appealing those things, which Alderman Bloomfield mentioned, that happened early in the term where there was a few, but generally that stopped happening once it was recognised that it was a waste of resources for the council to reject them and then go through a process of having to approve them later. So we have no controls over these approvals, but recovering the cost of the application I think is appropriate. So I'm very happy to support this tonight, and I congratulate this direct action as a follow-up from the draft housing action plan. So I look forward to all those other actions being implemented as well, because there's no point having a plan if you don't want to implement it.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Coates?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll speak for a few things quickly on this motion. Look, I'm just going to put it out there. I think once you're getting into the realm of $5,000, this is becoming implementing a ban on short-term accommodation via another means. It is prohibitive to many. I think we do need to consider what the second order impacts would be. Unfortunately, in the officer's report, it's just listed as a fee increase. But we all talk about we want to encourage change of use, shop top, change of use for underutilised dwellings in the city, and yet this extraordinary increase in fees. I just think it'll drive people to the black market. It's not difficult to understand a context where, someone moves into a nursing home and decide, oh, well, I'll change of use the family home while we're in the home there, and all of a sudden $5,000. Not going to happen. I mean, part of short-term accommodation is utilising what would otherwise be vacant homes. I do hear the argument that was put forward by Alderman Bloomfield. When it comes to cost recovery, I think we need to be a little bit honest with ourselves. What are those costs? Why have we incurred such expense in the City of Hobart? I was around where consistently every single application for short-term accommodation was being called into council. Now, that power exists for a reason. Sometimes neighbours don't want to put in a formal notice and asking the member to call it in so it can be debated. But we consistently had that going against, and we had officers' advice saying we have no grounds to knock this back. Nevertheless, we will, and we'll lose an appeal at ratepayer expense. We famously lost a case at the Civil Administrative Tribunal. We then decided in our wisdom to take it to the Supreme Court at ratepayer expense. Just simply saying, oh, we need to charge $5,000 so we can accrue costs. I mean, what are those costs and why and how do we accrue them? And I do appreciate that fees and charges, there is a fairness element as a cost recovery model, but there's also the element where we actually need to be a little bit realistic about, we want to encourage people to do the right thing. If you are going to have a property on the short-term accommodation market, do it legally, get a permit. It is interesting to note that obviously this was the draft one published, and I'm on page 13 where it just simply says increase fees for applications, visitor accommodation use to better reflect the commercial nature of the use, 1.6. Nowhere in that draft action housing plan does it say we're going to increase by 19,000% to $5,000. That wasn't what the community was asked. If you're a member of a community and you've got an interest in this item, I encourage you to go to the Your Say Hobart project page. You'll notice down the right-hand side as it's got its markers. The community engagement on the draft, feedback, yet to be published on there. Here we are making a decision on an action item in a draft plan when the community we're here to represent and want to work with, they can go. You'll say City of Hobart, Hobart Action Plan, Hobart Housing Action Plan, right? Not there. I'll tell you what would be an interesting bit of community feedback. As we all know, they've just implemented a 5% short-term accommodation levy. Now, what does that mean in the context of us seeking to change our fees and charges? And that 5% levy is directly to fund housing. I mean, this is not a small policy decision we're being asked to make. It will have second-order impacts. Whether we like it or not, it is a legal use, and in many cases, we want underutilised houses or shop tops to be able to be used in this manner, and putting in a blanket $5,000 fee is a massive increase on what is already there, and I do fear will have these second-order impacts. And frankly, it's a big discussion. It's being done really without much community input. I mean, we haven't even, I'm on the project page now, right? The community engagement feedback hasn't even been published. The revised draft isn't even there. The actual report that went out for community feedback says, oh, we're going to increase the fees to reflect the commercial nature. It doesn't say they're going from $250 to $5,000. We need to be a little bit honest with ourselves. I'm pretty open to a generic sort of cost
Councillor
recovery
Coates,
model,
that's time.
but we need to think about these things before we vote. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. There's so much wrong with how this has come about, let alone the decision. It's actually difficult to know where to start. But my first question is actually for you, Chair, to the CEO. I just wanted to make sure that the CEO is absolutely comfortable with putting this forward from a legal point of view, that this decision would stand up in court.
CEO.
So as was described earlier, we do have the legal ability to set our fees, and it does need to be based in fact and reality in terms of what our costs are. So I'm comfortable in terms of I know the level of work that goes into these applications, that we would be able to defend that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for putting that on record. And in terms of the genesis for this, people have fleshed it out. It's it's a brief mention in the draft housing action plan, not even approved. So in typical fashion, we haven't even finished consultation and we're implementing it anyway, because that's just the way this place rolls. Because this is just another chapter of this council's disdain for short stay, and its disdain basically for private property rates. It's fondness for communism, I guess you could say. And I'm hearing all these mixed reports around. It says in here that you're going to increase fees to capture the commercial nature, and then it's about cost recovery, and then in here it's under the heading of deterrent. So you're really trying to make up this to be, we'll just call it, well, what's the intention of this and what's the rationale for it? And it's very obvious that it is a penalty. It is, as it is here, it is a deterrent. So I would strongly encourage people to get together to fight the lawfulness of this, because I suspect there's a good chance you'll win, and I look forward to that. Because it'll be completely different if it was like, well, let's increase the fee for all discretionary rates. Because it is completely unbelievable that a short stay discretionary application would take so much more work, whereas a short stay application for, and I had the same things for Yorkman Zuka on my list, I had GP, dentist and then psychology. So if you're turning a psychology house or another allied professional house into a change of use from a 3-bedroom family home or 4-bedroom family home into a psychology, each of those rooms is individually rented out. They've all got clients coming and going, they've got neighbours, they've got parking requirements. It's completely different to a residential use. So I think it could be very effectively argued in a court of law, which this place certainly isn't, around the lawfulness that this is a deterrent, because the logic, and I'm glad these meetings are recorded so we've got all of the rationales said, because they are all evidence that would be used to challenge this. And importantly, like I said, it's the draft housing action plan. So we keep not learning the sequence of events. And I'm really surprised that, I need to be honest through CEO, that this didn't come to a workshop or anything like that. It's just, I didn't pick up on it in the supporting information. I looked through that. But thanks for Pulse for alerting us to it. So no workshop, no community consultation on this. It's pushed straight onto the agenda. We don't even have independent legal advice on it, even though the place has been burnt before in terms of unlawful decisions. But I just have to come back to that point. Councillor Kitsos said that it was completely fair because our officers are writing, basically responding to discretionary applications out of our own pocket. But we're doing that for all the other discretionary applications too. Why not make all the discretionary applications higher? This is, and we know why, because this council hates short stay. It hates the concept of private property rights. It loves control. It loves taking rights away from people and punishing them. If you were to be honest, this is why it's in the housing plan under a deterrent. It is a punishment. Let's not also forget that this council has a lot to do with the housing situation. Dorney House lost its existing use rights for residential because this council just let it sit for years and years and years. So now it's lost its residential use rights. Yeah, we care so much about housing that we just let it sit up there, stuff it. This council shares so much about housing that UTAS still own a shed load of car parks that are sitting empty for years and years and years and years. And no one's talking about doubling their rates. No one's talking about getting them to sell. It's an absolute farce. It'll pass, but please, dear people that have the means, take them to court.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. I just rise to talk on the amendment. Well, what a lot of what I would call ludicrous fear-mongering we've heard around this table. It's really, really quite laughable. We've heard that whole houses that are currently short-stay accommodation will become dilapidated ruins if we introduce this fee. We've heard that it's an effective ban on short-stay accommodation, which it clearly is not. It's an application fee. We're not saying you can't apply, we're applying at a fair price to an application fee. We've been told the government's just introduced a 5% levy. They haven't. Hasn't happened. There's a bill in the parliament, but I don't think the levy's gone through yet. We've been told we have a fondness for communism, as if communism has application fees for anything. I don't think so. It's really ridiculous, ludicrous, as I said. And then we have comparisons between a doctor's surgery and short-stay accommodation as if they both somehow give equal benefit to the community. They do not, and the cost of assessment for these two different uses are clearly different. So look, I rise again to just support the fact that we are seeking full cost recovery. It is not anything unusual that we're doing here. We're not pursuing some kind of a vendetta. We are simply pursuing full cost recovery, which has been a real buzzword in neoliberal economics since Margaret Thatcher. You know, you would think some of the more right-wing people around this table would support this, would actually be behind it, because we are reducing our own costs and actually receiving a proper payment for the work that we do on behalf of the community in the planning system. So look, I won't go on. I will just commend the amendment to my colleagues, and I do hope it goes through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you. I just have a question before I speak. With regards to the vista accommodation, how many cases have we been taken to court on this matter?
Through your chair, there's one from, actually Ms. Turner might be able to answer this question better than me.
I'd have to take that on notice. One we've been in the Supreme Court with, but the balance, we did have proceedings in TASCAP, but I just simply don't have a number that I would be able to provide now.
Thank you. Well, that's my recollection as well. So I may be totally wrong because I'm much older than you people. However, I think that's my recollection. It was a strata application for the visitor accommodation. And I stand corrected. It is my understanding it was staff recommendation that we don't vote for that particular one in Sandringham. That was my understanding. Now I'm stand corrected. Because of staff recommendation, the majority of us accepted that professional advice and then said, okay, we will take it and see what the court is going to say about this. And the decision was not in our favor. But there are times when you've got to test these things. The only way you can have precedent and things tested is to take it to court, and hence we did that. The point I want to make here are these. One, I am very cautious and reluctant to support this. And I say this with great trepidation because I would want to support it. I asked the questions if it was lawfully and legally okay, if we were able to defend it. I don't have a legal advice in front of me. There is no independent legal advice. Therefore, what do? In my predicament, in my situation, I take the words of the CEO that we can defend it. I take the words of the director because I've asked clear questions. Is it lawful? Is it legal? Can we defend it? And they have said to me, yes, you can. I'm here as an elected member to make the decision based on advice. And it is on their advice I will now change my position where I was reluctant to say, let's vote this matter separately so we can take it to workshop, deal with it properly, and then bring it back. But because I have been reassured now by staff that we are able to defend it, I am now inclined to support it. Now, other point that I want to make here is this, that it is my understanding that, you know, when I read the draft housing action plan, I didn't see any clear-cut recommendations, and I must admit that. You know, there was nowhere in that where it clearly said that it's going to rise by, you know, close to 2,000% or whatever it is. So for that, you know, I was reluctant, and therefore I'm simply voting for this with the advice given to me, and I will support that. Thank you.
Some questions. I've already spoken to the amendment.
Yes.
I have some questions. In regards, through you, so you can answer it, or whoever can answer it. So this has been proposed as an application fee?
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so what would the application fee be for a change of use to a medical practitioner with 6 medical practitioners in a 6-bedroom house?
The current fee for that is $435. I think that's proposed to go up by CPI.
So it's $435 plus CPI, so it'll be under $500. Are we going for cost recovery for change of use from a house to a medical practitioner who's going to have 6 doctors in the surgery on a 6-bedroom house?
Through your Chair, no, we're not, because we rarely get those applications as composed to visitor accommodation, which is alongside about 85 per year.
Now, in regards to the draft action plan, was it proposed in that draft action plan that we were going to go for cost recovery for change of use?
Sorry, Alderman Zephyr.
Yeah, the draft action, everyone's talked about the draft action plan. Yeah, draft housing plan, or draft, I've got it written there, housing action plan. Was it proposed in that draft housing action plan that we were going to go for full cost recovery on change of use?
Through you, Chair, no, due to the lack of applications.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, because in the draft action plan it says increase fees for application for visit accommodation to better reflect the commercial nature of the use. So that's why we're increasing them in this document. The logic is because of the commercial nature of the property, which was the logic used for doubling of the rates. But then we're hearing from Ms Avey that the logic for the fee increase is cost recovery. So which is it? Because one must not be right.
No, look, thanks. If you allow me, Karen, the commercial nature of the activity is more complex than a residential, so it takes more officer time and is more complex in terms of the role that elected members play and the broader process we have to do with the different referral agents. So it's just about the complexity then driving up the cost for our officers to do the assessment. So they are linked in terms of the 2 points.
Okay, thank you. And when does this fee starts from 1 July?
Yes.
Yes. So what about for applications lodged before 1 July, lodged and paid for? They won't have, if they, you know, the application carries over into the new financial year, they'll only pay the fee. So they have until 1 July to get their applications in under the 435. Get them in, folks.
Was there any further comments? I might just say a few words. Oh, firstly, actually, I'd like to ask a question. I noticed the fees and charges, it was about 36 pages with various different line items for fees and charges. Did every single line item receive legal advice on whether we should increase it?
No.
Okay, thank you. So is best practice and common practice when we do fees and charges to do the process that you've done for this particular line item as well?
Yes, unless there's a specific reason, we wouldn't seek legal advice.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Did you have a point of order?
No, I have a question, but I'd like to.
Thank you. Look, it was really fascinating to hear the comments of my colleagues around the table. It's also unfortunate that there's a binary issue or binary way of looking at it. It has to be this, it has to be that. If it's not this, it can't be that. Actually, things can occur at the same time. And that's what I believe from the various different things that we've read and the various different comments in terms of the reasoning and the rationale behind this. That's what our officers have done. In the municipality that we live in, I want to live in a livable city for residents, where tourists visit, not a tourist city where residents live in it. And I think for those of us who have been to planning committee meetings, we know the struggles that we've had around short stay accommodations. 85 apparently per year applications we have around this. And consistently our position wholeheartedly has been we as a council are against the increase of the short stay accommodation. We have said it. We have repeatedly said that is our position. People have tried to vote against it when we have planning committee meetings, and we've realised as a result of the various different restrictions that we're not actually able to push that through. So we have this that comes to us to perhaps embolden our position of what we actually think about short stay accommodation and its impact on our city. We incorporated the fact that the draft housing action plan would account for this and offer up some kind of suggestion. Yes, specific amounts were not specified, but if you want to really hold on to that, there wasn't a monetary amount fixed to that plan, I don't think it's taking a holistic look on what the actual impact of this amendment is. I think it's a really wonderful step forward in terms of two things really, city shaping and also addressing the housing crisis that we all really apparently care about. And if we truly care about it, we want to do something that will have an impact. We want to do something that furthers that particular agenda. And I think that this is moving in the right direction. The rationale behind it is compared to other developments and categories in this particular area. For service fees that are charged, the 5,000 figure was arrived at. I don't think we're actually singling out something in a negative way. We are actually focusing on something that is causing great detriment to our city. That's what we're doing. That's what I think. Other people can disagree and that's okay. But this is about the change of use for that discretionary aspect. And I really welcome the amendment that has been put forward. And I do understand that people around the table have different opinions, but I'd like to thank you all for your contributions. Councillor Elliott, you had a question.
That's all right, thank you.
Great. Any further comments? Everyone's spoken. Great. Okay, well, we'll put that amendment. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No.
Show of hands, please. All those in favour?
Councillor Basalt, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, Acting Lord Mayor.
And those against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. That is carried.
Thank you very much. I've just been advised as well that... oh, sorry, yes, the substantive motion, that was the amendment. We'll put... Did anybody have any further comments around the substantive motion of fees and charges, item number 16? Any other comments to be discussed? Councillor Coates?
Look, just on the substantive, you know, it's what, 1,100 odd fees or something. You know, I think it's natural that they get increased and changed every year. I think council officers do a reasonable good job of, you know, balancing the often the intent and purposes of these fees, you know, they are predominantly a fee for service, so there's something that we're doing, and it's fair that the person who accesses that benefit pays a fee for it. You know, I think fees and charges should not be used as a means, except where it's explicitly done sort of outside of a motion of this, to sort of implement policy decisions. You know, they have an outcome for policy decision, but I think that decision, you've got to get the community along with you. You know, I sort of preface these comments because unfortunately with the amendment I'm not able to support this motion now. And, you know, I think members of the community out there want to be taken along on these journeys. They want to engage, they want to have these discussions. And as the outcome of all them, if there's proposals made, they want to be able to have a look at the final proposal and actually have that sort of discussion and come to us in the chamber for final decision. But, you know, I think, you know, sometimes our officers and us, you know, we need to sort of understand what these motions are about, and it is awkward. I find myself in a position now, I can't support this motion. And I think, unfortunately, a process of an annual fee hike in line with July 1 is perhaps being used for an objective for which it's not the intended purpose.
Thank you. Any further comments? Alderman Bloomfield.
I've just had some questions. I know we're not going to get the answer to this, but I really want this on record. I'd like to know the number of short stay applications that were moved by elected members to Chamber for planning to be discussed. I would like to know the number of applications that were automatically moved to Chamber to be discussed in planning. And I would like to know the number of appeals that were made as a result and the cost of those associated. I also want the cost for all of these numbers of short stay applications that needed to be discussed in council, because I think that is actually incredibly relevant to today's conversation. We're not going to know this value, but I do think that it's actually in the public interest to actually know precisely what our decision making has actually created that now needs to be costed across to this $5,000 value.
Councillor Fossett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just on the questioning and the line of questioning, it's fairly obvious. I don't think I need to prosecute that. Is the cost recovery looking to recover the costs of Supreme Court cases when you refer to cost recovery, or is it cost recovery referring to the administrative burden of processing and advertising the application?
Through you, Chair, I would have to take the Alderman Bloomfield's questions on notice. The cost recovery referral is not to take something to the Supreme Court. That would be far in excess of $5,000.
Councillor Fossett.
Thank you, Chair. I also feel that it's necessary to put on record that the Director has just said that the factors and the line of questioning from the councillor at this table is not related, it is not related to the fee recovery here. So keep an eye on social media, and if you see a claim to the contrary, you'll know it's wrong.
Thank you.
I do have another question, because I do
Alderman
believe,
Bloomfield.
could I please confirm, through the Chair, that there was a point made, and which is why I even asked the question, that it was actually the Chamber planning and appeal process that was actually included.
Through you, Chair, sorry, to clarify, it would include costs bringing the application to the elected members as part of the planning authority, but not the TASCAT appeal costs or Supreme Court.
So therefore, my original question was actually therefore correct in the fact that elected members had actually influenced the cost by actually bringing an enormous.
Do you have a question, Alderman Bloomfield, or are you making a statement? I think it's already been answered. Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Elliott.
I had a question about the parking fee changes. My first question was, I can't find it here, but about the dynamic parking. Is this the question for the relevant director around what the status of dynamic parking is, because it's proposed for next financial year, so I'm guessing it's closed.
Mr.
Through you, Chair, that body of work called the Future State of Car Parking is moving towards putting technology on the street in terms of our sensors, our parking meters and our multi-deck car parks, so we can actually vary price accordingly in terms of managing demand across our on-street and off-street car parking assets. So that body of work will come to a workshop soon to update elected members about the progress of those technology upgrades, and then within that, we'll sort of give further advice on any policy or decision about how we would implement, dynamic price changes to mitigate demand.
So we don't have a ballpark time frame of when it might be live and action? Is there a goal?
No, we're working on it now. I mean, I could foresee that the technology be in place in the next 12 to 18 months.
Okay. It's just, I just found it interesting because the changes are proposed for this financial year. So, and I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. So, for example, it had a current fee. There was a range from $2.20 to $5.60, and then that's proposed to change based on dynamic pricing model to $2 to $9. So a 9% decrease up to a 60% increase. So is that the range for the dynamic pricing would work within, from the $2 to the $9? Just have that confirmed?
Through you, Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to comment on that I don't feel that's fair, because the lowest price is only a 10% reduction, but the highest price is a 70% increase. So, and obviously we need money and revenue from parking, but it's very clear that moving to a dynamic parking model will, if based on these fees, will generate a lot more income for the council, given the lower end of the threshold's only going down by 10%. So, from 8 a.m, 8:30 till 9:30, you'll pay $2 an hour, but based on the busier times, there's going to be a lot more of that. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with the parking being in here, the dynamic pricing, and it still sounds like it's in real terms so far away.
CEO?
I'll just answer the question in that sense, because the decision tonight won't be introducing dynamic pricing. The decision tonight, it's just flagged that in the future, once the future state of parking review is completed, the dynamic pricing will be considered. So it does talk about how and when the option would be used would be subject to a future council decision, in which case you have the ability to be able to, make all of those same points in terms of the fairness and otherwise of it. But certainly it won't, any decision made tonight won't include the dynamic parking fees.
In that case, I don't think it would be best to leave it out.
Any further comments?
Now it has been introduced or talked about, I will just make a very quick comment about dynamic pricing. Stadiums, it's big in stadium ticket pricing now, particularly overseas and it's really copped some flack, because what it does, sure, it's a fantastic revenue generator, but it really hits the marginalised and the people who've had as much money with a big stick. And sure, the top end of town and all those rich capitalist people who've got lots of money, they can afford that. But, and they can keep up in the price, and they are going to be the winners every time. And the same will apply to this car parking. It's the people who've got a lot of money who will be the beneficiaries of this. So, anyway, as CEO said, we've got that to discuss in the future, and it's going to be an interesting conversation. But I'd encourage officers and councillors and aldermen, for that matter, to just do a little bit of research on it, because it's not as rosy as it sounds.
Thank you. Any further comments? Being none, I'll put that substantive motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No.
By show of hands, all those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey and Acting Lord Mayor.
And those against?
Alderman Suko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. That is carried.
That is carried. Thank you. And we'll just take a dinner break now, and we'll come back at 7:10. Is that okay for everybody? 7:10? And we'll adjourn. Thank you. We're all back. I'll start the meeting again. We're at item number 17, City of Hobart Complaints Management Policy. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Any comments on that item? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. First of all, I'll just make the comment that this is another policy and again, it's a whole different feedback for the CEO. Every policy is approached differently in terms of the template and the language, and I know I keep saying this, but I just really do think it's time that the organisation beds down a consistent policy template and communicates that out to the organisation with a couple of examples, because just in terms of user friendliness and professionalism, they should all have the same approach, so that from a usability point of view, and also around language. I know these are pedantic small things like staff versus employees, but I think it is really time to bed down, because I've been saying this for years, and it's not a whole lot of work to get that done. But in terms, and I mean phase them in, not like update everyone, but just develop the template, roll it out. This is how we do policies from now on. But a key question I had is, the difference seems to be now that complaints can be lodged directly with certain organisations. I was just wondering how that's going to work in terms of capturing data around number of complaints and things like that. So just a question around if complaints are going to specific email addresses based on different business units or whatever, is there still going to be central coordination, and does that decentralisation increase the risk of a complaint being lost in transit? CEO?
Thanks, and that's a good question. So look, they're always going to the different entities. I think we brought this policy to council a little while back, and that was the feedback that we got from the council at that time, that we wanted to see DCAC and our other satellite entities actually captured by this policy, because it wasn't previously. So it actually enhances things into, they can still be going through that, but it comes into a centralised point so that we are able to capture that and report to that, so that council has line of sight of that. So previously you didn't.
Okay, thank you. And my only other feedback is that if it is possible, I think we should move towards a faster acknowledgement of complaints. Like even if we have because at the moment the policy says it'll be acknowledged within 3 days, but I think if we were to have a default template that people can send on receipt of a complaint within 24 hours, they get something, just so that people are acknowledged as soon as practical. Thank you.
Any further comments? Being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Carried unanimously, thank you. We move on to item number 18, cat management in Tasmania, the discussion paper. Somebody to move that, please. Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any comments? Alderman Bloomfield.
I don't have a problem with a great deal of it, but I mentioned this in workshop and I'll mention it again, and that is that, you know, most of it I don't mind at all, but I do take exception to keeping cats in enclosures. It's not something that I'm particularly comfortable with. I've seen what happens with cats that get kept inside a house that never get to go outside. I just don't feel that's necessarily something we should be pushing. I appreciate that they have an impact on wildlife, but there really should be something in between that we can actually allow animals to be actually a little bit, not so attractive, we're not personal zoos.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I spoke about this in the workshop, so it's no surprise to anyone in this room, but I can't actually vote for this submission. Like Alderman Bloomfield here, I have a real problem with the submission supporting the compulsory containment of domestic cats, and I think we all should be wary. The cost of building a cat run or a containment structure is likely to be really quite significant for homeowners and beyond reach for many of them. Even worse, external structures tacked onto the sides or fronts or backs of houses will likely breach our planning system in heritage areas. We've already heard advice during that workshop that these structures will be problematic under current planning scheme. So in my view, we can't just set up our homeowners for a big expense like this, or even worse, for an effective ban on cat ownership based on the heritage status of their house. And then there are renters who finally have the ability to keep pets in their rentals, but will have little hope, I believe, of getting landlords to pay for extensive external additions to suit the cat. I also question the efficacy of containing domestic cats only in a city surrounded by bushland fringes full of feral cats that can never be eradicated. I do support the containment of domestic cats, but only in places where ferals can also be managed effectively, such as Bruny Island. I applaud the current efforts on Bruny because they are likely to actually be effective. Look, as a result of these two issues I have, I do question the fairness and the efficacy of the compulsory containment of domestic cats in this city. I think we've got quite a way to go before we get to that point, to be honest with you. But I will be voting against this submission for those reasons. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, Acting Lord Mayor. I can guarantee you that the cat breeders and showers support containment of cats. Everyone who was part of the initial cat management process supported containment of cats. If the cat is contained within the home and to a containment area around the property, it has a much longer life and a much healthier life than a cat that is allowed to roam. Outdoor cats don't live as long as indoor cats, and they adapt very well to an indoor life. If they have been an outdoor cat and suddenly they become an indoor cat, or a cat that's contained in a structure. So it's actually cruel to let your cats roam around because there's a higher probability that they'll be killed earlier than if they were contained. It can be up to like 7 or 8 years longer life expectancy for contained cats. So it's good cat management, and when it comes to the cost of containment, to contain them in your house is no cost, but to have a structure around your house is probably desirable, and if you can afford one, great. You can buy them off the shelves. 10 Lives Cat Centre, can point you in the right direction, but if you look online, there's lots of cat containment structures, and people can build their own. There's plenty of designs, so they're not necessarily prohibitive for everybody. But if you love your cat and you don't want to get a new one every 5 or 6 years, then I would encourage people to contain their cats. So overall, though, some feedback I've got from talking about this with others is there's not a lot of commitment from the state government. A lot of this seems like transfer of responsibility, and I would have loved to have seen the state government commit something a bit more substantive towards cat management as part of their consultation process, where they had some good ideas about what they wanted to do, rather than put it all back onto society and the community to drive cat management. I think they have a responsibility to do more to control the feral cat, especially in a strategic way that protects biodiversity in certain areas, like around penguin colonies or around areas where they know that there's lots of endangered species like bandicoots and things. So cat management is quite a strategic thing. No point going off and just bumping cats off randomly all over the place. It does need to have a strategy. But I would have loved to have had more content from the state government about what they would like to do in the future and how they would fund it as well. Another barrier which I'm pleased to see in here is a piece on cat desexing. That's often prohibitive to a number of people who can't afford to desex their cats, so therefore they end up having cats that have kittens, litters of kittens. So getting that sorted is important, and helping to subsidise people who can't afford to get their cats desexed, microchip, is really important. So I'm glad we've got that in our submission as well. But it's a pretty good submission from the council. I support cat containment because it's the most humane way of looking after your cats. To say that it's bad for the cat is completely wrong. It's actually good for the cat, and that's well demonstrated in the life expectancy of indoor cats versus cats that roam. So I'll be voting for this.
Any further comments? No, being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Pasalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Harvey, Acting Lord Mayor.
All those against?
Alderman Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. That is lost.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to item 19, Taswater Gas Road Lease Amendment. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Is there any discussions, any comments on this item?
I just had a question for staff,
Councillor
Chair.
Lohberger.
Just regarding the large increase in the amount of fuel. Are we comfortable with that as an organisation? They're doubling the fuel that they want to put there. So I just wanted to check that that's okay with staff.
See you.
I see Andrew's in the room, but I can answer that question in that our open space team actually are wanting the fuel because it actually will end up with a better outcome in terms of the landscaping and the ultimate product that will be left, because of course Taswater are required to remediate that site and landscape it before they leave. So in actual fact, we think we'll get a better outcome through having the extra fuel available. So.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. With regard to the bit about the extra fill's fine if it fills the area. I'm not sure, I can't visualise how much fill that will be and what the new shape of that site will be. So could someone explain to me that extra fill and whether or not we'll have from the top of the cemetery back to the coast, we'll have at the moment there's a cut where the quarry was and then it goes up to the coast and drops off to the cliff. What's the height that we'll end up with?
Through you, Chair. I think in the report there should have been some
Profile?
A profile. I'm not entirely sure the height up the bank towards the cemetery, but it does go up and it does flatten it across that whole area in a more consistent way than was previously, as in from the coastal side, not from the cemetery side. So that'll be the kind of flattening will come from the coast, not from the cemetery.
Yeah, okay. Just I can't picture how it's going to look into the future based on the report. But the other element is we're talking about putting geotextile down, and I'm assuming that that's to separate the two stratums, the fill, plus then the geotextile, and then the 300 millimetres of capping. Is geotextile designed to be planted into or through, or does that mean this area won't be suitable for a planting in the future other than grass? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor, no, you'd still be able to plant in there, so that's the intention behind it all.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, because I'd hate to limit this because of this extra fill and this geotextile and then the capping to a park, whereas I'm hoping this becomes an additional natural-ish area rather than a mow and slash area. Could I just get confirmation that we're still proceeding with the restoration of this site, or is it going to become a soccer field or something else that's not in keeping with what I thought we were going to end up with as the outcome?
So look, it hasn't been determined yet, and obviously, I mean, what we've got a requirement in the lease in terms of what they're to provide back to us, so that still provides us with opportunity, which is a large flat, well-maintained space, so we've obviously got plenty of different opportunities to pursue, and I guess we can choose what we want to do at a later time in terms of what the council wishes for the site, but in terms of having fill and a geotextile below it, it's not going to
not going to affect it.
Not going to impact.
Okay, so we can still look at options once it's been given back to us, rehabilitated and levelled out and all the rest of it.
It's not the same sort of a finish or a experience that you see in landfills, which is what I think you're thinking in terms of that hard level geotextile that you have between a clay and that
that's what I was concerned about, because to separate the contamination out, which is low-level contamination, which I think is probably everywhere. Okay, I think I'm satisfied that we could end up doing something interesting with the site rather than being restricted to what we can do with it because of this extra fill. I think.
Councillor Kitsos?
Thanks, Chair. Look, I had concerns about the geotextile as well, and I'm still somewhat critical that can be treated like a garden bed or natural space if it has a surface that's designed to keep the contaminant below the soil, because it must clearly provide some barrier. So, you know, some of these textiles you can only put certain amounts of soil on the top, some need to have gravel on the top, some you could plant grasses but not trees. So I think there's a little bit more there that needs to be explored around what the council actually want left at the site when the work's done, whether we want a natural rehabilitation to take place or grass rehabilitation. But otherwise, no real concerns. I'm not concerned about the level of contamination. I'm a little bit frustrated that this is coming to us now and not towards the beginning of the process, so we could better understand what it is that we were dealing with. But yeah, would like to understand what result will be left with at the end.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Just
Councillor
a
Dada,
question.
yep.
With regards to C, part of the recommendation, the liability and responsibility ends with the test water after the lease has been expired. Now, what if there is problems afterwards? You know, is there a possibility of that happening or not? Are we quite assured that that won't happen?
Andrew?
So what sort of problems do you foresee, I guess, in terms of, I guess it's a large landscaped sort of flat space. I guess what sort of problems are you foreseeing?
Oh, no, yeah, I'm just asking that question in the context of liability and responsibility. What if the, you know, if something happens after the lease period, that's all?
Yeah, you have.
There'd still be liability for a breach of contract. Would be requirements for them to submit stormwater plans that would need approval. So there could be breach of contract would still be an option, but it would obviously depend on the specifics of the issue that arose.
Any further comments? No, being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item number 20, private underground electrical connections. Senator Mover, please. Alderman Bloomfield and seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any comments on the item? No, being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. We'll now move on to item 21, consultation draft of Luca. Have a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Kitsos and seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Although, are there any comments? Any discussion? No, being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. Move on to item number 22, consultation of Luca preventing delays in development assessment. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to reflect on that conference that a few of us went up to the Gold Coast on. And just in recent times, it was also announced that a major development on the Gold Coast took 4 months to approve. And I think it was about 80 stories. We're not going to build 80 stories in Hobart. But that just gives you an example of, you know, maybe we need to look at how and what we do. In my discussions with a number of people that have contacted me in recent times, because, you know, as I said, I drive around the city and see quite a number of building sites that are empty that haven't got approvals, some that have got some approvals. But as they explained to me, it's the cost of getting it from a conceptual plan to fruition, the time factors, and then going through appeals and all that. It's just gone absolutely to the point where it's very, very difficult to develop. You know, the council has provided a rate rebate, which is great, but that only goes to a certain point, because at the end of the day, the reality, right at this point in time to develop in Hobart, if we were going to try and develop housing in Hobart with the current situation, we're not talking about affordable housing. unless it's going to be state government building it, because there's got to be an economic return on investment. And you know, I honestly believe we need to look at the way we go through the processes, because, you know, if we can look at the model that the Gold Coast Council has got, and mind you, as I've stated before, one of the people on one of the boards up there is our former Premier Will Hodgman, and in discussions with Will, you know, they target a specific time frame and timeline. So I think we need to look at these things, and we need to look at how we can have a one-stop shop. And I remember many years ago, I keep on saying about many years ago, we used to have an economic development team that would sit there and work to make it happen. I'm not being detrimental to anyone in this council at the moment, but you know, I get feedback, and it gets to a point where people that are developers and do develop are looking at developing elsewhere. Like I got a text message tonight from a person. You know, you just said that it's the frustrations and all that, and people just don't understand it. And I'll read the last paragraph of this long text that I got. If investors feel unwanted, they will move their money or to other jurisdictions where they see stability, security, prosperity. And the ultimate loser won't be the investor, it will be Hobart. And that would be sad, because it is a fabulous place to live. So that's from a developer who sent me a massive text of frustration. And that's the last part of the paragraph, and it goes on and on and on. And I received this today.
Any further comments? No? We'll vote on it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? Aye. By show of hands, all those in favour?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, Acting Lord Mayor.
And those against?
Councillor Coates. That is carried.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 23. Just wait for Councillor Elliott. Can I have somebody move this, please? Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Coates. Any discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Just a quick question regarding the suspension timeframes and how they work. There's been some confusion about 2 months, whether or not it's 60 days or it's 2 calendar months, noting that the second council meeting falls in a month with 5 weeks, and so that will be material as to whether or not the council can attend or is suspended at the time.
Thanks. My interpretation is that it commences tomorrow, the 28th. So it would be 2 months' time on the 28th. I think that it will actually fall. But again, we'll have that confirmed, because it's not actually prescribed, and again, it's not our penalty. So we'll take advice from the director and get an understanding of that. So.
Thank you. Any further comments, Councillor Dutta?
Just a question. I understand that there is an answer for this, but I just want clarification to make sure that my thinking is okay. So when a person or elected member has been suspended, do I take it that during that period the elected member who is suspended does not receive the allowance?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? No, it's carried unanimously. I'll just wait for Councillor Elliott to come back. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 24, pedestrian infrastructure motions, of which notice has been given. This one is by Alderman Zuko. So moved by Alderman Zuko.
I'll move.
Seconded by Councillor Kelly.
Look, I've got a feeling this is not going to get up tonight. I've read the officer report, and I can understand that the officers, say they've got it all under control. I did make some inquiries prior to putting this notice of motion up, and I was advised that there's no defined plan or process. But anyway, maybe I got the message wrong. But I would like to have a big screen, but does anyone know, look, anyone can see that. Does anyone know where that is? Does anyone know where that is? Do you know what that is?
Can you explain what it is?
It's a area of pathway which is seriously damaged.
Right.
Okay? Do you want to know where it is? Right opposite our building across the road here. It's been there for over 3 years. Now I've got a series of photos here from a number of areas. This one here, it's got markings around it that looks like those markings have been there for years and faded. And I can go on and on and on photos of areas of Hobart in which are very dangerous to our pedestrians, and in particular, and I mentioned this earlier, the elderly in our community. Now, I've had the Council for Ageing contact me a number of times over a period of time in regards to their concerns about people trying to walk over a road, on a footpath. I've got one here just on Elizabeth Street. I can keep on going on. I'm not being disrespectful to how the report, how the officer feedback was, but when we have a potential major hazard right opposite our building where people cross over on a regular basis, and it's been there for over 3 years, sorry, CEO, but that feedback that's come back is argumentative. Very much argumentative, because I've got to say that surely all of us would have, that crossed that road, would have seen it, and it being so close to this council. I'm not going to go on and on. All I wanted to have in place is a defined process on ensuring that we go down the pathway of making sure that if something is marked, which there's a lot of them around, and a lot of them are faded, that they are fixed within a period of time. And if we can't fix something on our doorstep, we have a problem. I'm sorry, we have a problem, and I've got the motion there. If you want to support it, support it. We're prepared to go and spend $1 million on a trial bikeway up Collins Street, but we're not prepared to spend $1 million or more if necessary to ensure the safety of our pedestrians. Now, do we want to make our city a walkable, friendly city? If we do, we should ensure that we have a defined process and that we do fix these problems, because they are there. Take a walk around the city and you'll see them. It's up to everybody else if you want to support it. I don't care.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I agree with the aspiration that Alderman Zuko has brought to the council. I've also seen a lot of damage similar to that around Collins Street and Elizabeth Street as well. And interestingly, when you put your critical thinking hat on for a second, the cause of that damage is the Hobart Parallel Park, which is it was such a strange phenomenon when I came here, that a forwards-in approach for delivery vehicles in particular, where they put their front wheel up and over the gutter and then drop it back down, paved footpaths are not designed to take heavy vehicle weight. And I don't have any difficulty reverse parallel parking. I don't understand why driving vehicles feel the need to do that, but the damage that you've shown there looks consistent with me to that being the etiology of the damage. Now, the etiology doesn't really matter though, Alderman Zuko, because what I would like to do is propose an amendment to your notice of motion this evening, because the problem that we have here is not about going around and auditing footpaths. It's not about a lack of desire on this council as elected members, or indeed as city officers, to provide a safe and walkable city, because our strategies all talk to that. The problem here is a fundamental desire to underfund pedestrian infrastructure in the city. This is honestly, Alderman Zucker, this is a pure funding issue. If this council is serious and wants to address some of the issues that you have pointed out, while also upgrading and uplifting certain crossovers, intersections that have square curbs, no pram ramps, pedestrian bulbing, all of the things that make the city a safer place, a more walkable place, a better place for the elderly, children, people who have different abilities to our own, then we need to fund the work, because the work is expensive, like very expensive. So, in light of that, and because I agree with much of what the sentiment you bring, I would propose an amendment that the council agrees tonight around this table to dedicate 5% ongoing of the roads budget to active transport infrastructure and footpaths, as a minimum, because we don't spend anywhere near that at the moment on our footpaths and on our active transport infrastructure. And if you want certainty, then dedicate a percentage out of the roads budget. So that would be my proposition. If you want to achieve the goals here, that you will take on that feedback and potentially accept it into your motion this evening, Alderman Zucco. But without doing that, without prescribing a declared amount to fix the problem ongoing and provide a better service for our community, I don't think the motion is going to achieve a lot, because the officer response says everything that you've outlined is probably already happening. So let's give the officers the funding to support them to deliver what you want.
Before I actually find a seconder for that amendment, I'd just like to seek some clarification, if that's okay, because that seems like something that we would need to get Section 65 qualified advice on, which we obviously do not have. It's 5%.
Yeah, well, I'm not entirely sure that there was a suggestion, so I'm not. Is it an amendment? Is it? Or I thought he was suggesting to you.
I'll take the advice, and then if the advice is favourable, then we can move over.
Oh, look, I think it's difficult to make decisions like this in terms of policy decisions around the financial capabilities or framework for the council to make it without any due consideration, I think is problematic. I mean, it can be foreshadowed for investigation, for sure. That's something that, but to me, to make a decision tonight, and certainly the CFO would have a view on this, I think it would be a problematic thing in terms of our forward budgeting without actually having analysis and understanding what the ramifications of that would be.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, just to resolve that, perhaps propose an amendment then that a 0.7, I think it is, this 0.6 be added, that a report be prepared on minimum spend for active transport infrastructure, including footpaths, and be committed to the Transport Committee for debate in committee.
Thank you for that, Councillor Posselt. I think I'll go with the CEO's advice on that, which was if you wish to do something with regards to a report and getting more qualified advice, you could potentially move it as a foreshadowed, or if that's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, as the mover of the motion, I'm happy to accept an amendment that proposes that a further report come forward, just a further report come forward in regards to potential funding for active and pedestrian transport. Okay, I'll accept that if you want to move it that way. Okay, you're moving it that way?
If you're happy to, I think it'd be great.
I'll accept it in that way, as a further report.
Alderman Zucco, can I just clarify? Yeah. I think it would be helpful, as you're a big fan of committee structure, for you to come along to the Transport Committee when that report's ready and start there.
Well, I would say to go to a workshop first.
Sure. You can do workshop or committee, whatever.
Yeah, workshop.
Okay.
Workshop. So I'll repeat the words, and hopefully Councillor Posselt will understand that a further report come forward in regards to funding, and I won't say percentage because funding will the thing. Funding for active and pedestrian. I want the word pedestrian transport come forward to a workshop and the committee. Okay? I'm happy to accept that in. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly, you are the seconder of the motion, is that right? Councillor Kelly, are you happy with that to be included?
Yes, I am Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Acting Lord Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate this motion because I also think our footpaths need a lot of work. I understand that work's going on all the time, but there's a huge body of work without, you know, you look at a footpath, it's got 6 different pieces of asphalt, concrete, and pavers in it, like, because there's a constant work stream that happens in the footpaths with being dug up and resealed again. So there's it's a patchwork in a lot of places. But then trying to be consistent is a massive cost to the council, and I would like to have our own council paver with, you know, full of our own crushed glass. But anyway, it's another story. A consistent paver across time, like some of those shiny ones we have on the corner over here, sparkly ones. But I think this needs more discussion than just here tonight. So I'm going to suggest, I'm going to move a deferral motion that this goes to a workshop, because I would really like to go a bit deeper into this to work out how we can improve the footpath structures in Hobart. And I'm also feeling that a lot of the hazards are not just the pavers and the quality of the footpath, but also the clutter we have on our footpaths as well, which is sandwich boards and other bits and pieces of crap that we have on the footpath. So I'm going to move a deferral motion because I would like to spend a bit more time looking at this in a workshop environment.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a seconder for that deferral motion, please? Councillor Elliott, thank you. We'll vote on that deferral motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously, thank you. We'll now move on to item number 25, cost increase process, moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by...
Marty, want a second?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Seconded by Alderman Suko, thank you.
So this motion came about because I thought my mind was playing tricks on me because I was seeing figures for projects that the council have talked about and then seeing them explode. So the 2 examples are actually quantified in detail in the questions with notice responses on the agenda tonight. So the primary examples I have here is the scramble crossings. The first one, it came to council and I remember it being 160 grand because I thought, oh God, that's a lot for these crosses on 2 intersections. And then a media release went out saying that that work was 525,000. So it had tripled in cost. And then there was another example here with Collins Street. And I remember when we talked about it, it was $340,000. Turns out now it's $762,000. So at least doubled. But I do have a quick question at that stage, and I hope my time stops. A question through you, Chair, to the Ms. Abbey. In the questions with notice I asked, it said that stage 2 work has not been completed and the total will depend on the invoices. The approved budget is $200,000 as outlined. So is the total cost for Collins Street is $762,000, including that 200, or is it 962?
No, it's including 700 includes 200.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I was making sure I was reading it right. So as you can see, these are massive increases, doublings and triplings, and these are projects that came to council as standalone items for consideration. And for example, especially with Collins Street, the council votes on things and it considers a range of aspects, obviously. And one of those is financial. And Collins Street gained majority approval. It wasn't unanimous, but it gained majority approval on the basis that it was going to cost $340,000. It's now up to $760,000. And in the question without notice, it maps out all the different stages because I asked about at what meetings was this approved, the variations and what exactly was approved. And I was troubled because there's a lot of inconsistency around when the council is notified about new information or if it's approved through being absorbed by operational costs from another budget, like so with Collins Street, money was taken from an operational budget. In the Scramble Crossings, the executive leadership team approved a cost increase. And I was thinking, I don't think that's right, because under the Act, I've got the Act here, so Local Government Act, Section 82, 4 and 5 talks about the council may alter by absolute majority alter any estimate. So on our budget items for each year that we're required to develop, the council might, by absolute majority, may alter an estimate. And then 82.5, a council may make adjustments to individual items within the estimate by a simple majority, providing that the total amount isn't gone over. And then 82.6, a council by absolute majority may authorise the CEO to make minor adjustments up to specified amounts for individual items within any estimate referred to, as long as the total amount of the estimate is not altered. And and I was familiar, because I remember when I first started at council, I asked for a copy of the delegations framework, and people didn't really know what I was talking about, and I had to make one. And we do have one now. It was the council's delegation document from December 2022, and is that still current through you, Chair, to the CEO, the council delegations December 2022?
Well, I couldn't answer that off the top of my head.
Okay, it's the only one I can find on the hub, and it refers to the delegations assigned to the CEO, and it says that one of them under the Local Government Act is pursuant to section 82.6, which is one of the areas I read out there before. The CEO can make minor adjustments up to $25,000 for individual items within an estimate referred to, as long as the total amount is not altered. And that in my opinion, that conflicts with what the process is being followed in the council, because the intention of the Act is clear. It provides us with the ability for the CEO, for us to set up a threshold for the CEO can make changes up to that level. And according to our delegations document, it says the CEO, the council has given the CEO delegation to make changes up to 25,000. But in these questions without notice, the work is, can I ask for 3 more minutes, please?
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Coates. All those in favour say aye. All those against, carried unanimously. Thank you. There's items are being approved outside of council by ELT or being taken to the operational budget that are well outside the $25,000 delegation that the council has approved for the CEO. I then asked for, in the admin response, it refers to the Capital Projects Committee, and I asked for a copy of what this is, and I understand that's in draft form. And that Capital Projects Committee terms of reference, it refers to a tiered delegation system, and it has, I think it's under item 7, actually the council wouldn't have a copy of that. But I'm going to, long story short, I think that the way this council's been approaching cost increases is likely in conflict with the Act, and I don't see how the Capital Projects Committee terms of reference can be, there seems to be so much inconsistency between what the $25,000 delegations for the CEO has versus what this Capital Projects Committee terms of reference does. And I think the latter is in conflict with the Act. So this is the reason I wanted to bring this about. I'm basically careless, to be honest, around whether it's a 10% change or whatever. And I've achieved what I wanted through this motion because I've been able to extract information. But I wanted to put on the record that I have serious concerns around the doubling and tripling of costs and them coming back to council in bits and pieces, inconsistent processes being followed. And you have to remember that we are the ones that make decisions, and if a project is to double or triple in cost, that has a very good chance of potentially changing the council's decision. So in response to the admin response, I think
something a bit more cooperative would have been helpful, because I do think there is something to see here. I understand this motion probably won't get up, but I hope people take on board what I'm trying to highlight is I think we have some problems with compliance with the Act and definitely compliance with our own delegations framework. And this is something we need to really improve on as a council, and I'll be, when I'm allowed to, back on deck, I'll keep working on it.
Councillor Harvey.
Yep, thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. I've got a couple of questions. The scramble crossings was used as an example of a blowout in council. What additional costs did we incur there? I know there was one which was $30,000 for an additional study on the scramble crossings. I think that was a motion or something you brought to council because you didn't like our data. Was there another blowout in Collins Street? I don't know if that's one of these items, but I think we lost $165,000 of state government funding. How did we replace that? Did the council cover the cost of that loss of state government funding due to some lobbying against the project?
So the motion isn't specific to any one project, and in terms of that question, I do know that obviously the council did make a decision to replace the lost funding from the state government grant out of its contingency budget.
So we covered that cost out?
Correct.
Okay, so there's 200 grand additional funding, which is not our fault, was it? Circumstances. I'm just wondering, the doubling and tripling of costs, is that fact or fiction? Do we have any examples of big projects? If it's we don't need to buy a new lawnmower and the price went up, that doesn't count, and even though it might be 50% extra. So the doubling and tripling of costs across council projects, does that sort of ring a bell on any projects? I can't recall that happening.
Budget amendments, budget changes are routine, and again, this council deals with them the same as other councils do in respect of through a combination of delegations and reporting to council, and so there is many examples of where there's been a budget amendment, but they are reported to council. And again, it's complicated, and I'm certainly happy to take council through a whole conversation around the delegations and the conversation around the 25 grand threshold, because that's for the total capital budget, not individual projects, as I understand. So it's a complicated thing that we need to work through, and I'm happy to do that. But again, it's a routine thing that local government, any government manages in terms of how it reports and deals with amendments.
So some things might come over budget, and some things might come in under budget. So there's swings and roundabouts, I imagine. But the objective is to try and level out the budget, to balance the budget. But also, can I just ask, what's been the surplus to council over the last couple of years? Have we had a surplus? What was our surplus the last couple of years?
Are you referring to in the capital program or specifically the operation?
I guess the council surplus is one thing,
yeah.
But in the capital projects, have we had a surplus, or have we come in under budget or over budget?
I think last year was about 6 mil under, was it?
It's about through you acting on me. Yeah, it's about $1 million over. So when we're actually managing the capital project, it will never go over. So what will actually happen if we end up having projects that we're unable to fund, and very carry forward projects, so you won't finish all your projects at the end of the year type of thing, then we would end up having to actually try and fund them in the next year type of thing as compared to not. So we will never overspend the allocation that we've actually been given by council, so it just doesn't happen.
Okay, so the original allocation through you, Acting Lord Mayor, is that we would try and keep everything within budget, but if there's blowouts, if there's excessive costs, we might drop a couple of projects to still meet the budget. Okay, but those projects might have gone over a bit.
Yeah, through you, Acting Lord Mayor, yeah, that's correct. So what we'll do is we'll make some decisions on saying we'll defer a project. Doesn't mean it goes for good, it means that we would look at it for a following year if it's a priority there, and actually rebid for that for a following year. But it does mean in terms of budgeting there, it'll always stay within those budget limitations that we get at the very beginning of the
And
year.
one final question, how do you report that to us? Do we get like a pie chart of the projects that have been finished on time, the projects that are still going and over budget or under budget?
So through you, Chair, so there's two reporting mechanisms. There's the update from David's team on the capital works, but also the variations are all reported through the quarterly finance report.
So we already get these variations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dutton.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. Question number one, with regards to process and the legislation that was shared with us by Councillor Elliott, is that accurate? I haven't read it, and I am not, I've got to read it's my understanding that I've got to read the Act and then you make references to other parts of the Act before you can make a conclusion. You just don't take one particular section of it. So I'm just wanting to be guided here with regards to process, the points that was raised, please.
So there's various levels of delegation. The council delegates roles and or functions to the CEO, and then the CEO delegates that on to staff that are appropriately qualified and in positions to understand that. Certainly my review of the organisation is that we are compliant with the Act in terms of our delegations, but I think what tonight and this report shows is I think there is need to do some workshopping and actually better understand the delegations so the council are comfortable with what the organisation is operating within.
Thank you. And just another question, just to clarify again, the $25,000 that was used here, if that is accurate, then I'm leaning towards supporting what I'm hearing. But I just want clarification with regards to that.
I might get the CFO. Do you want to reiterate what I've already said?
Yes, so through you, Chair. So the $25,000, I'm not sure of the origin of that, and it may have been set in a previous council delegation to the CEO, but the $25,000 would apply to the overall capital budget because under the Act, the council approves the level of the capital budget, not necessarily the individual capital projects, and why we present them to you. As long as we don't go over the total capital budget, then there's a bit of flexibility in the movement between projects during the year.
Alderman Zico.
Yeah, look, this is where, again, the old committee structures used to work brilliantly. Goes through the committee, we approve the expenditure. When they go out to get the tenders done or costings, and it's over the allocated budget, we used to come back to committee, right, to get ratification to spend more money. Now, Councillor Harvey said, are we over budget or under budget? If something comes in at 200,000, if we approve a job lot for 200,000, but when the quotes come in at 500,000, right? Well, it's already over the budget before we even start the process. What we need to do then is approve the extra 300,000. That's the way budgeting goes. It's like how I run my business. I've got X amount of dollars I spend on something. If prices go up, I've got to sit there and go, okay, I've got $30,000 in advertising that I'm going to use, but wait a minute, it's 50. I look at it and readjust accordingly. But I don't just go ahead and continue that process, because maybe we might give reconsideration to say, oh, wait a minute, do we want to spend another $300,000 or $400,000 on that project, or will we hold that project for the moment and put that $200,000 to another project? But we don't start the ball rolling on a project without the approval of the extra expenditure. This is what this is all about. And that's the way we used to run the processes before through the Finance Committee. If something was approved by Council, it's above. It should have even come back to workshop. I would have happily have it back to workshop to say that we're now going to spend 500,000, not 200,000. To me, the 25,000 doesn't even come into play here. It's about an amount of money that we are spending without us knowing it's going to be spent. I've got a responsibility to the ratepayers of Hobart across the board. And if I've approved 200,000, I expect that to be within 15%. Because that's the average that everyone works on. If we can't get it within 15%, then I want to know why. And it shouldn't come in at double or triple. And that's the whole thing. So what we need to have is a process in place to ensure that if we've approved a project and after the quotes come in, it's way over budget, it comes back to us. We represent the city, I represent the city, and if I'm going to spend ratepayer money, and I've been very consistent about ratepayer money, if I'm going to spend ratepayer money, I want to know what the figure is. And I proved my point earlier with the EOI. We had one EOI that was broad, and we had another EOI with actual figures in it. I was happy with that because I could see it's 50, possibly 550. The other one, open-ended. Let's do this, let's do that. Well, what's the cost? Sorry. You know, I haven't been in business for 50 odd years to not look at something and say, well, that cost there is over the budget, and we need to reconsider it. Whether we accept it and drop something else, I want to make that decision. I'm the elected representative, and I represent the ratepayers of Hobart.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. There's quite a few things to point out here. Firstly, as Councillor Harvey illustrated for us, these cost overruns are brought to us in quarterly financial updates where we're able to interrogate and ask questions, usually in the workshop setting, which is an open session that we can be very transparent about what's happening. But the key thing that I'm seeing here is councillors that are trying to do a different job. That maybe should have run for CEO rather than run for councillor, because the council employs the CEO to do a job. And making decisions is part of that job. In fact, the CEO makes many, many magnitudes more decisions than we do around this table every day, because he works, 10, 12-hour days, 6 days a week, and I certainly don't work that sort of hours making this place turn. If the council is not sure that they're happy with that decision making, then we can take it up with the CEO and ask him about what safeguards are in place. We can ask him to change the reporting to be a lower threshold potentially in the quarterly report. But to have council making the elected members making decisions that are fairly operational in nature, right? So you're doing, because this is, I don't know, I watch grand designs, I think I've seen most grand designs, right? So you're building a house, and you go to build the house, and then you find out that actually you forgot to budget for the services to be connected. Now, the house is already built, but it's not connected to the network. Does the council really need to make the decision that we should probably spend the extra money to connect the house? That is an analogy of the types of decisions that our CEO and our staff make when it comes to capital budgets. We heard that the capital budget will never go over because of the way it's managed. We don't need to have this level of oversight. If we're concerned about capital overruns, then we as the council could authorise, for example, a larger capital works contingency fund and say, actually, don't think $500,000 is enough. We think you need $1 million because, there's wars on and we don't really know what's happening with a whole range of products and things that the council does. That would be an appropriate level of oversight. And if you don't like the CEO and you think he's not doing a good job, then it is in the council's remit to fire them. But you know what? I'm not firing Michael Stratton any time because I have the greatest faith in him as the CEO, and I have faith in the staff and the directors that sit behind me today that make these decisions that are more informed than I am and more qualified than I am to make those decisions. Absolutely. So if we want to have more oversight, there's ways to do it, but the approach that's prescribed in this motion is not the way to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Bloomfield.
I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding generically of what's going on here, because basically this is almost going back to our risk analysis when we look at our risk appetite. We'll talk about that during our reviews and so forth, because what we're talking about, what we're comparing is the risk of delivery. Do we deliver or do we not deliver? Versus do we just monitor cost and not worry about delivery? So we can either judge cost and slow down delivery and therefore not deliver as much but be careful of our cost, or we can deliver as much as we physically can during our brief space of time and allow the cost to be judiciously managed by the CEO. And ultimately what we have here is a process where the delivery is paramount. We here actually look at the projects that we want delivered. We even look at the importance of those projects delivered. And then the council and all the directors and the CEO do their level best to deliver everything that we've asked them to do. That's how this works. And if one project starts to blow out, then they go, well, okay, we'll have to slow down this project up ahead to get these ones through first, because we're going to deliver first, paramount. We're not going to necessarily slow down and go and double check, because, for instance, I have a question. With these finance committees, how often were they held? Were they weekly or just monthly? I actually don't know.
Can I answer that?
I think it was per month, wasn't it? Is that right?
Planning was twice a month, committees were once a month, and then we used to have special committee meetings before council on urgent matters in regards to whether it's a finance or whatever have you. So predominantly once a month, but sometimes twice before council.
Thank you. So if there was a cost blowout, as recommended through this motion, then we could potentially up to 3 weeks delay a project being delivered to adjust accordingly the acceptance of the additional costs, which overall, if you regularly do this, your delivery time would actually extend. So we wouldn't actually get as much achieved as we would with the present process we have. My understanding is too that this council is really delivering far more than it did in the past. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So this model is working for delivery. I appreciate that there are cost analysis, and I will say too that when a while back I put through the motion to put in the business case for applications for obtaining funding and so forth for new projects, when I was looking at that type of work, I actually worked with the CEO to ensure that it was actually within the appropriate remit of how this place functions, so that the motion I put forward actually was going to deliver the intended consequences. And this particular motion, I feel, has fallen short mostly because we haven't really understood the risk analysis assessment here. Are we basically saying, are we weighting delivery over cost? And I think we are. Is that a bad thing when we are delivering far more than we ever have before? I would suggest that the cost analysis itself, by not slowing down and just getting the job done, is actually paying dividends for us. So as much as I would like to support anything that actually does carefully look at our costs, I feel that the way we are presently going is actually quite sufficient. And I would point out, when there was this point made about the cost where I had asked for a review of the scramble costing reports, that also provided dividends, as one would suspect. But there were illegible charts. We now have pro formas and setups and controls on ensuring that all material that comes through to us is now legible. We also had a report that was actually thrown out because it was not considered to be appropriate. That was part of that report as well. And it gave us real templated change throughout the system, so that the material that we get to make decisions on is now improved. That helps all of us. That helps this council. So it might have not necessarily done well for the cost analysis for Scramble, but did it help for the rest of the council? Absolutely it did. It probably helped the fact that we now deliver better than ever as a result of the fact that we get improved material reports that allow us to make good decisions. So as far as this goes, as I said, reiterate, if you want to change the way we do things, it is all about, do we deliver first and let the cost analysis be done by the CEO, or do we halt up to 3 weeks at a time and double check everything? by ourselves, who, unless everyone else here is an accountant, I would probably be one of the primary people who do actually approve.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I just want to address the motion. The motion says that the council require cost increases related to projects and capital work approved by the council that represent more than 10% of increase. Now, you know, I think in response to that question, and when you read the rationale unfortunately is very weak. The only two evidence that I was presented today was the Scramble Crossing and Collins Street. Now, if we take the 10% and apply it to every project that we have, it'll be a huge amount of work. Now, so the rationale for me is very weak. When I read the staff recommendation, they have provided 7 very solid rationale. You know, the rationale provided by the council is absolutely brilliant. Each one of them states very clearly the process that we go through and how things are dealt with. And they're very convincing. And then they finish off at the end, and usually they don't come out as strongly as this. And I read, in summary, officers recommend against adopting the motion. Now, whichever way you read, I think when you read the 7 rationale and reasons that they have provided, and then come to that conclusion, I am quite happy with that. My only concern was the 25,000, and that's why I was leaning towards voting for this, because I was of the view that 25,000 referred to the project expenditure. But now again, advice given to me by the CEO and the staff, it has now given me peace and satisfaction that it is 25% of the total budget. So therefore, I recommend that the motion be put. Thank you.
We have a procedural motion that the motion be put. Can I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. I will now vote on that motion, that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No.
By a raise of hands, all those in favour?
Alderman Dutta, Alderman Basalt, Alderman Kitsos, Alderman Loberger. Sorry, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Loberger, Alderman Bloomfield.
And all those against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey and the Acting Lord Mayor. That motion is lost.
Okay, we'll continue debate. Councillor Coates.
Thank you. I found it a very interesting discussion actually, and I look forward to everyone's contributions towards it. I think we've touched on a few issues, and hopefully the staff have been listening in as well. You know, I think that obviously there's evidence provided here where we did have examples of projects that ultimately were put towards us for a decision on that specific project, and the cost estimate we provided at the time was in no way reflective of what the total cost of a council has been upon delivery. Now that I can see reasons why that can happen. I can, you know, it's very difficult obviously in estimating. You know, it was interesting. I think the question was asked, Councillor Harvey, many examples. I mean, I can remember working quite heavily at the time. I think I was in the Healthy Hobart Committee, but you know, we had a cost estimate done for the heated pool at the Aquatic Centre for the, and we even went to get a grant for that. So we'd estimated a total project cost of, I think it was 14 million or 7 million. We successfully applied for a grant to cover a big portion of that. When we went to actually deliver the project, you know, we found our estimates were well out, and unfortunately, we didn't have the money to be able to continue that project. And so, you know, again, these things can happen, but it was, you know, that was obviously a very difficult process. We actually got grant money, but couldn't deliver what we said we would under the grant, so couldn't effectuate it. But you know, I think there's a little bit of, from my perspective, I guess, back when I was on the Finance and Governance Committee, there was a little bit more of a regular cadence which came back specifically around where the council around the table had said yes to a policy, an idea, a funding, and you would get things coming back through. Now, you know, it's not to say they came through because things went wrong. Sometimes the reality of the real world is, you know, best guess you say X, and then you go to market and you get two tenders come back and you're out. And then you've got to go back and say, well, okay, does that need to be re-looked at? Is there value for money? What should be happening? I think second to that is the capital works budget, where you've got an overall budget. There's a capital works program. You know, a lot of that's about maintenance and upgrading of maintenance of existing assets, and you know, the reality is you can't do every single one of those projects every year. There's just A, not capacity, B, not workforce, C, not funding. But also, you know, inevitably you have to have your priorities. Well, you know, whether we like it or not, we need to fix this stormwater system because it's failing. So that's priority 1. The ones at priority 10 may not happen this year. And so, you know, I'm not necessarily sold on 10% as a sort of arbitrary number, and so the exact wording of this motion, but I think the discussion point and what's sort of become apparent is, you know, I think for certain items, especially where it's sort of that more one-off or, you know, for whatever reason we've decided to go down a pathway, you know, understanding what that mechanism is to come back and say, well, hold on a second, that decision was made under assumptions of ABC, and it turns out that assumption's not correct, and so it needs to just get re-looked at. And I think this also actually protects council staff as well, and also just confidence in the community. I mean, you know, we will look at some big one-off projects upon occasion. You know, we own some pretty substantial assets in the city. I can easily think of examples. You know, we might decide to do a major redevelopment of some of our buildings. And when you're making those decisions, one of the big factors is, what are the costs? And so, you know, I guess, and what's that governance overnight? So, well, okay, we can pursue this project, but if it turns out that it is going to cost substantially more, sometimes actually, you know, sometimes you've crossed the Rubicon, and whether you like it or not, you've got to proceed. But other times it is appropriate actually that it sort of comes back and sees that ongoing endorsement. So I do like the intent of this motion. I'm having read the motion's wording and in this response, I'm not sure that I can necessarily support the 10%, but I do think there is a bit of a rationale there, and you know, I can definitely think of some examples on top of those already given, and I guess it's a broader discussion as to, and in some ways this might be a discussion for the new term of council going forward as to how they, in an effective administrative sense, how you have oversight and governance of ultimately what is public money.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a bit galling when people stand up and have their say and shut other people up straight after them. But anyway, that to one side. Look, wow, I mean, the logic here that I hear against this is quite wacko. I mean, anyone who's going to build a house forgets to connect up services and that, wow, what does that say for someone? I mean, really, that says it all. Try and use that as a justification point, I find absolutely staggering. But anyway, it says it all by the person. Quarterly reports. Oh, this will be covered in quarterly reports after the event. Well, I mean, that can be months and months after. I mean, really? Alderman Zuko just quotes, there's three mechanisms within a month that this can come back to council for approval. In fact, it could be even more. And if it's super urgent, we can convene or do something like that. So, and the other thing too, when there's a blowout in a works project, and unfortunately most people haven't been in significant works projects, but if you knew, you normally know what's happening in advance. This just doesn't, you don't go to work to one day and go, oh, whoops, we're 20, 30% over, or 100%, 125% in some cases, and go, oh, we woke up today and the project's blown. You know in advance, and it's quite a good timeline in it. So that doesn't pass muster with me as well. Another classic one here just tonight was, oh, we're doing really well because we haven't spent as much this year on infrastructure or budgets or whatever it is. I mean, so what? That doesn't mean you rob Peter to pay Paul. It doesn't justify a project being cancelled we can just blow out, and we don't care. I mean, because we're just going to look at our balance sheet and see that, oh, we saved $1 million by not putting that road in or whatever it is. So we don't even need to talk about this now because we've got it in our back pocket and we're just going to go and blow it because that's basic accounting, or more to the point, basic running a business just does not operate on all these ridiculous arguments put forward to try and justify that we're doing a great job too. That's the other one. Oh, we're doing a really good job, so pat ourselves on the back and we can blow out a few projects along the way as well. That was the fifth one that I counted in here. I mean, really, come on. The intent of this is good. It's firing a shot across the bow saying, let's be on notice a bit more in the future because this isn't good enough. I wouldn't employ anyone on major infrastructure work, and that's what we do in this city now, with the carte blanche just go and blow money without any permission from the board, and that's what we are. There is no major, and we are a major business in Tasmania, that would put up with behaviour like that. It is not acceptable, it's not common business practice, and it's prudent that the intention of this motion moving forward. Look, I'm going to leave it at that. Perhaps we can review this moving forward in the near future, but I think it's good that officers are on notice to say, we're watching, the public are watching, more to the point, and we're the ones that cop all this flack about it, and we can do better, because I can tell you now, I would not employ anyone with that sort of rationale as to blowing out money, or secondly, blowing money without getting authorisation from their employers or the board prior to doing it. So this is sloppy work if we're letting this get away. We've got to tighten up. Sure, we're doing good things behind the scenes with the finance team and keeping their eyes on things now, and full credit to those people. So I'm not all negative on this. There's some good officers doing some really good work out there, and some good workers out in the street who I know who really do try hard, and they've got the best intentions at council. But that doesn't justify blowing the budget.
Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. What a lot of carry on. Blowing the budget. We don't blow the budget. We do our best to balance budget. And the best financial...
Sorry, Councillor Harvey, I think you've already spoken.
I asked questions at the start.
No, he spoke.
No, he spoke.
Because I rebutted you.
Okay, can we just keep it calm,
I'm pretty
please?
sure
I'm the chair and I'll rule on it.
I think I'm being diddled here.
Excuse me, Councillor Harvey. Alderman Zuko. CEO?
No, I had him down as speaking.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Harvey, you have already spoken. Thank
I might
you.
have some questions.
Thank you for that.
That's all right, Councillor Harvey. I'll take over from
Councillor
pretty
Kitsos.
sure I got the gist of what you were trying to say there.
Excuse me, Councillor Coates. Please stop
I just
interrupting.
can't believe how quickly the debate's really deteriorated in this room to insulting the people who do all of the wonderful work for this organisation behind us tonight and that sit here through these meetings with us. Honestly,
Excuse me, Councillor Kelly.
We have our role
Point
to
of
play.
order.
Yes, Alderman Zuko.
I've been accused of insulting staff. I haven't insulted any staff member.
She was making a general observation.
No, well,
it's an opinion.
no.
So
Insulting
what's your point
staff,
of order on what? What's your point of order on what?
My point
On
of
what
order is
grounds?
I did not insult any staff member.
Okay, well that's not a criteria for point of order. Please sit down. Thank you. Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Chair. My point was that the quality of the debate is deteriorating, and I note that again the time is 8:30 and we still have quite a bit on our plate to get through tonight. Look, I just want to say that I have complete faith in the organisation and the officers' response here to this motion tonight, which says that we know what we're doing. This is in hand and this is not necessary, that all the reporting mechanisms are safely in place and we have nothing to worry about. And I have every faith that that is the case. So I'll leave my contribution at that.
Thank you. Any further comments? Would you like to sum up, Councillor Elliott?
Yes, thank you. So at the heart of this is that I have genuine concerns around the inconsistency in a delegation's perspective. Firstly, there's two things. It's that I don't believe that our delegation's policy is being followed, and I sent around to elected members the document only got late this afternoon, the Capital Projects Committee document that's labelled draft. And just a question, please, to pause my time. Is that Capital Projects Committee document, is that live and that's what the organisation is working to? In terms of reference?
Yeah, I think that's what the director advised you when he sent it to you there earlier today, and that's
okay.
right.
So I would encourage elected members to look at point 7 and that, because, and is that this document doesn't need to be approved by elected members? No? So the executive leadership team have given themselves approval to approve so there's a tiered thing here, executive leadership team variations to existing projects and approval for new projects up to for more than $200,000. They've given themselves approval to prove existing changes to over 200,000 to existing projects, and to give themselves the ability to approve new projects over 200,000. They've given themselves the limitless approval. This doesn't make sense. This is not inconsistent. This is not consistent with the Act, and it's most definitely not consistent with the delegations framework from December 2022. And I'm not sure what on earth Councillor Dutta was referring to about the 25% of budget, because what I said is the delegations framework, in accordance with the Act, the CEO may make minor adjustments up to $25,000 to individual items within any estimate referred to in the Act. Individual items are the line items that we approve each year. An individual item is the scramble crossings, pedestrian activity. We're not complying. We're not complying with the... You can roll your eyes, CEO, but I do believe that...
excuse me, Councillor Elliott. Per Regulation 49(1)A, that's a personal reflection. I know you've just said that to the CEO. Could you please just refrain from doing that? Thank you. That's your first warning. That's your first warning.
Very disappointing to see.
That's your first warning.
Yes, but it was disappointing.
That's your first warning.
Lord Mayor, point of order. Just in light of the commentary, I just move the motion be put.
I'm standing and talking.
Come on, you can't.
She has to finish talking before... we did address that, so you'd have to finish, wait till the councillor has finished speaking before you do that. Thank you.
So we
Lord
are...
Point of order, just that she made a reflection on me that I would like her to correct.
Sorry, what was it?
I'm sorry, Councillor Elliott just said to the microphone that I'm a slow learner, and I'd like her to withdraw that.
No,
Councillor Elliott, that's your second warning for a personal reflection. That's twice in probably the span of 5 minutes, 3 minutes perhaps.
I'm a record breaker.
I don't think that's something to brag about, but yes,
so
that's a personal reflection. That's your second warning.
We are not following the delegations policy. We are not following the Act. And there is something to see here, and this is about making sure that we have appropriate delegations in place. ELT have given themselves the authority to approve anything, any amount. Read it. It's point 7. They've given themselves carte blanche approval to approve new stuff and existing. And the other thing I will say is that I know that things change and scopes, but we need to get better at quoting from the start. I know in the response it says, oh, we added this in and this happened. But no, we need to get better at quoting accurately from the beginning so that we don't end up in situations like this. Because doubling and tripling is not good enough. And I, as one of the board, and I'm sure that the 9 will be here next, won't be happy with it either.
We'll put that now. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? By show of hands, all those in favour?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Kelly.
All those against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Coates, Councillor Basalt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey and the Acting Lord Mayor. That is lost.
Thank you. We'll now move on to number 26, response to questions without notice.
Move that
Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Questions on notice. Have a mover, please. That those responses be noted and received. Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Seconded by Councillor Posselt. I will now move on to 28, questions without notice. Oh, sorry, we didn't vote. My apologies. For number 27, all those in favour? All those against? Carried unanimously. 28, questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. To the appropriate officer, CEO or otherwise, the article in today's paper I just found a little bit concerning here. Is there any knowledge of the Greater Hobart Rapid Bus Network strategic business case? Talking of the levy, suggestion of a levy to impose a $1,500 annual charge on parking spaces in the Hobart CBD. Has there been any discussion of where at the moment, or this is like me the first place we've heard about it?
Yeah, so it's included in the state government's business case as part of the early work that they've done. They've confirmed that it's not a proposal that they're seeking to progress, and they advised that again at the briefing that we had last week, where we pressed them on that, and they reconfirmed that that's not something that they're proposing to move forward. So whilst it's been there, it hasn't been a proposal that they were intending to implement for quite some time.
And one other question, if I may. Councillors who use official emails, and at the footer of the email, the display of flags, I think I've asked this before, I'm not sure if I've got a response. Is it permissible to use, let me just for instance say, the Aboriginal flag, and two other ones, and not display the Australian or Tasmanian flag? Can we just randomly choose which flags of the 179 nations in the world we want to display in our footers?
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. So look, it's our preference from an organisation's point of view that we have a consistent footer, consistent email approach for all staff and elected members. That would be an ideal outcome. At the moment, we're able to have that for employees, and that you will have noticed last year that was tightened up through policy, and now there's no variation to that. So in the past, elected members haven't wanted to go down that route in terms of a consistent template. We're more than happy, and we've got the ability to do that quite quickly, but as it stands, elected members are able to use their own individual preferences in terms of how they have their email set up in terms of their footer, and so long as it's not impacting anybody in terms of breaking any laws or causing offence, then that sort of thing, then there's not really a lot that we can do. But we certainly would be happy to revisit a consistent email approach for elected members.
And through you, Chair, how would that happen, CEO? What's the mechanism? Would that come to Council for us to approve that?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Dutton.
Just one question. The issues that Councillor Elliott raised with regards to delegation and with regards to capital project commitment, I mean, these are major issues that has been raised. Is it possible to have a workshop on this for clarification? Because I don't have the clarity that I require.
Yes, look, so I'm more than happy to do that, and sort of indicated, clearly we need to all be on the same page with it, so that's something that will definitely happen, irrespective of the decision tonight.
Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarifying some numbers that were brought up in debate regarding the Collins Street project. Were the numbers provided to Councillor Elliott on the total cost of Collins Street revitalisation project, inclusive of the Scramble Crossing upgrade at Murray Street and Collins Street? And were they separate projects endorsed by the council?
CEO? Oh, Ms. Avey, thank you.
Chair, so there were two questions on notice. One was to do with the Scrambles, one was to do with Collins Street. So the costs were separated so that the Scrambles on Collins Street were included in the Scrambles answer, not in the Collins Street answer.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if the council were inclined to endorse fully funding stage 2 of the Wellesley Park development in the 26-27 financial year, what implications that would have to the capital works budget and the rollout of other projects?
Look, we'd need to have a look at it. Obviously, clearly we're very advanced in terms of the capital works program now. In terms of the full fundings, we're still working through, I think, the options in terms of what what's desired and what the actual plan that we would seek to implement. So I think the best thing to do tonight is take that on notice, understand intent, and then respond to council.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Elliott?
Can I just ask a question to the relevant director about the current status that officers have been given around issuing enforcements over parking over driveways? Are they enforcing that road rule at the moment, and if so, in which areas?
Mr. Arthur. Thank you.
Chair, the officers are taking a proactive position in the CBD, but in the suburb areas, they're just doing a complaints-based arrangement, as has been the case for a long while.
Okay, what are we treating as the CBD definition or scope for that purpose? Does that include to Salamanca? In the waterfront?
Yes, it would.
Right. Okay. I don't think how to phrase this as a question. Is the CEO considering flexibility around the CEO enforcement rules in light of feedback from small businesses?
Look, I haven't had any directly, so I'm happy to receive it. We have obviously from the suburbs prior to as this was rolled out, so I think encourage any businesses that are having concerns to raise it, so we're aware of them.
Thank you very much.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Noted earlier motion. I wanted to learn a little bit more, or have reported so for the next workshop that we have on this regarding the Snap Send Solve application, because I don't remember when it was installed. It was obviously installed during our term, which is fine, but I'd really like to know how many Snap Send Solves have been reported, how many have been performed and completed, and how many have not been done, because that should have been really the primary argument, I think, in that earlier motion. And I think that if we're going to debate in workshop, I think that we really need to start getting those answers ready so that we can actually discuss more relevantly.
So Snap Send Solve is a product that has been on the market for many years. So it's not something that our council, I mean, like many councils, we allow it in terms of how people engage with us. So we can certainly, I think, find out that information, but we'll have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Councillor Posselt.
Sorry, Deputy, one final question. The Deputy at the start of the meeting asked that we conduct significant depth of consultation rather than breadth of consultation around the Lower Leslie Dog Park. Can we commit as a council to doing that before the project starts?
So look, again, I might take that on notice. I mean, we have undertaken a round of engagement. We still haven't seen the outcome of that engagement yet, and I think that was referenced tonight. I guess let's wait to see what drops out of the first round, and then council obviously has that discretion to require further engagement around that, if that's what it wants to do.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. That's a great response. Is it possible to get that in a workshop setting as just an item for us to be able to make that motion, the survey that we've already done?
No, I think just on that, obviously we were provided a direction from the decision of council, but I do think given the level of community sort of interest in what we're proposing, that it would make sense to bring that back to council before we were to implement anything. So.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? No, I'd like to ask some questions. I have 3, in fact, and I'm happy for it to be taken on notice. And they include, for this term, can you please give us a rundown of how many applications of a code of conduct has been submitted by each elected member? For this term, a breakdown of how much ratepayers' money has been spent on codes of conduct from each elected member. And for this term, how much ratepayers' money has been spent in total on codes of conduct. And for the last term, how much of ratepayers' money was spent on codes of conduct in total.
obviously we'll need to take those on notice.
Yeah, thank you.
Take this one on notice too. Considering that we're talking about codes of conduct, can you please provide in this term how many codes of conduct have come from members of the public against elected members, and also in the previous term?
Any further questions? No, being none, we will move on to item 29, closed portion of the meeting. Can I have somebody move that? Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Coates. All those in